Hello and welcome back to another fantastic week here at the NACE Starleague. It's Counter-Strike Day. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Cole or Exeter, and I'm ready for some fantastic Counter-Strike. How about you, Cole?
Yeah, absolutely thrilled to be here for another Friday night of collegiate action here over in the Counter-Strike realm. It's going to be a fantastic day for us as well because we got another two best of threes for you all to watch, and I'm very excited to catch these two matches again. We get to see some familiar faces that we've even casted this season before and are looking hot in Purdue, and then in this opening match we get to see two new faces as well.
Yeah, and those two new faces are going to be Utica University, previously Utica College, just got that swapped over to Utica University, and Virginia Tech. And you were kind of alluding to Purdue, but actually it's going to be returning faces for Central Michigan as well. So we definitely are going to be interested in kind of seeing how that goes and whether or not Central Michigan can put up a fight against the incredible Purdue roster. I mean, they've got some upgrades from last semester, and they were already good then. So, but first, let's shift back focus here to Utica University and Virginia Tech. Two teams we haven't really seen before. Utica, I know, is new. I think Virginia Tech was here at some point last semester, but I don't think we ever casted them. But this Utica team is a bit of an interesting one. They don't have a lot of experience. Rage is going to be the captain, is the one with the most experience. A lot of open team hopping that I was seeing from the profiles and the such. Everybody else, well, they played together last semester, but beyond that, really no team experience that I was able to kind of ascertain. On the other hand, though, Virginia Tech, they have a little bit more experience, don't they?
Yeah, just slightly edging that experience over to Virginia Tech, that's for sure. And so overall, it is a little bit better in their camp. I think that they, playing together for this season as well as the likes of Unica over in Open. It's just the fact that right now, like you had said, it's really only Rage that seems to be putting in, a lot of the work on the off season in terms of individual stuff. Whereas on the side of Virginia Tech, you do see a more cohesive and maybe even more potential to do some damage here. So I think that's the real name of the game there. I kind of give Virginia Tech the edge in that sense, the fact that there is a more large unit that is putting in work in pugs and matches and stuff like that. But, overall, if Rage is able to do some damage, then maybe Unica University can have something to say about this.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll talk players to watch as we move forward. But before we get into that discussion, let's see where we're headed map wise. Honestly, I gotta say, expectations are we go for some of the more classic collegiate maps. We got Ancient and Vertigo already yeeted out of there. There's absolutely no way we're going to be seeing either of those. And I think that kind of goes with the territory. Less experience is typically going to equal, the likes of Ancient, the likes of Vertigo that are very much a difficult one to even start to find what you're looking for with regard to setup, smokes, flashes, all that kind of stuff. Gone. Inferno is where we are going to start. Utica picking that. And a little bit maybe of a surprise in Nuke. I think Nuke kind of goes into that same ballpark for me. Is there any reason you can think of that Virginia Tech have gone with this pick?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Virginia Tech, they're putting in work overall in the season, so I imagine that's going to include some work being done into Nuke. And on top of that, you can already see what the attempts banned is from Utica are. You can see Overpass early on, Ancient early on, so they're getting rid of those more, unified strategical maps in place of Inferno, which is kind of a map that you can and almost have to work on either an individual sense in terms of the site holds. They're very separated and long rotations. Duke has some quicker rotations, so it requires a lot more cohesion on that CT side, and I think that could maybe punish Utica if they're not working as a full 5 unit.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's something we're gonna have to take a look at. But let's talk a little bit more about the players to watch out for. Zion on the Virginia Tech side, I think for me, definitely going to be kind of the big standout player, and maybe Flux as that secondary. On the Unica side, well, we don't have a lot of information, but it's got to be Rage. I mean, that's the captain of the squad, the player with the most experience by a large margin. I mean, we're talking, basically very little to none experience for the rest of the squad, and then a bunch of different seasons of team base experience at the very least for Rage. So I'm definitely gotta put some pressure on that individual to step up big time, and kind of move along. And if we get to Dust 2, which is our third map, the decider, the individual skill that could come out for this Virginia Tech side, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Utica if we get to that point.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that Rage is going to be the real player to keep an eye out for as that most experienced player. And it definitely shows in some of the statistics. Finishing off an open season with 85 ADR, whereas the rest of his team couldn't break 70. And so, I mean, with that being said, you have to be concerned here if he's not able to show up early on. If Virginia Tech find a way to isolate him and shut him down, what is that going to look like? Are they going to be able to recover? Is the rest of the team going to step up to the plate? I think that's going to be a tricky task. But again, I think the one thing that Utica has going for them is that there is kind of a similar experience in terms of open seasons, and I think if they can really utilize the experience that they do have as a team, then there is potential for them to do some damage. And I do hope to see a Utica that's looking strong today.
I think you and I are on the same page right there. But, well, we're going to have to go to a short little break. We have not been able to get things ready for the game just yet. So we're going to get that prepped, and we'll be right back with you in just a couple minutes. Alrighty, and after that short pause, we're right back into things here and underway on Inferno. This is map number 1, and it looks to me like Utica have pushed their way in through Arch and into Spawn, and getting double kill on the entry there. Zion, though, oh my goodness, answering back quickly with a double of his own, and it's in fact going to be a nice couple of finds there as K-Rod does the same for the Virginia Tech side of things. So Utica, despite the good start, Cole, they are not looking good in the retake position.
I think they hung around that CT spawn area for a little too long. Now this retake potentially could do some damage. Utica looking to hold on. Nice Glock headshot delivered from Derbs, and for more, around the corner, turns 2, and eventually they will fall, running out of ammo there. Derbs is able to find another. And there you go. Captain Hitmarker closes things down. Utica 1-0 off of what was even a well-read round from Virginia Tech. Just couldn't find the conversion.
Yeah, I mean, it was imperative that Virginia pulled off the trades right there. Utica did the right thing by going in both players at the same time, just kind of trying to overwhelm. Despite the number disadvantage, that's exactly what you would have expected, exactly what you want to see. But Virginia Tech probably should have had that with the man advantage that they had manufactured. But now we're into a second round, and it's going to be the nade stack down through middle. That doesn't really do any damage whatsoever, though, because Utica are elsewhere, and in fact, is all the way through alt mid, and they've cleaned up pretty much everything.
A nice and quick anti-eco up against the USP, so I imagine that Virginia Tech just prioritized on getting those gun rounds out as soon as possible. Zion's left last man standing. Potential to do some damage in Boiler, but now he's spotted out and getting chased down. A lot of HP damage done. No way you're getting away with that, not against Derbs at least.
I respect it, though, you know?
You gotta go for those.
Exactly. I respect the idea. But that's one way to get the anti-eco out of the way real fast at your Virginia Tech. So Utica take that 2-0 advantage, but it's quickly going to be a big round for this VTU squad. They've got the Enforce. Well, FAMAS there for Mr. Flux, but everybody else looking pretty good, though lacking in utility, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do some damage. We know that this is a map that really prioritizes utility, but the lull they do have is set up for a perfect flashbang in second mid. HT, though, finds a quick trade there, so it's not the end of the world. Down to 1 HP, a hefty cost, but they can still manage with this. 4v4 It's very early on. You can try and work those rotates, manipulate that CT side defense, and you could be standing in a good position. There is only 2 players at the moment towards A right now. And a nice little smoke. Where's that landing? Towards arches?
Yeah, either that or... No, okay, it hit the skybox, and yeah, it covers off the left side of mid there.
Very nice.
I thought it could have been going further, but either way, it does its job, and it does it well. That Molly is, in addition, cleaning off positions, but here's the crosstar. M16 in the sight, taking frags, but both of those players are blinded up. Big Al ultimately does get the frag, but that does leave Parisianer in this site. 1v2 and just 3 health to work with is certainly not ideal, but if Big Al finds this frag on the site, definitely could do something with it. Oh no! Parisianer, it's not what you want to see, but ultimately does connect the frag eventually, but things getting maybe a little bit more scary than anticipated.
Man, those pulling off the silencer clips have been hitting mad in Counter-Strike lately. I don't know what it is.
Unbind it. Just unbind it.
Unbind it. Yeah, if you're not NOP, or what do you even need it for, realistically?
I just don't see
Other
there's a
than
world
maybe
you ever need
a
to take it
nade.
out.
I agree.
Like, why are you
I think
ever
if you underhand
shooting
nades-
without the silence?
Yeah. I don't know why that is a thing either. Maybe if the barrel sticks out and people take it off then. I think I've seen
But
that.
it makes noise.
Like on overpass.
I don't know. Okay, I'll give you that one. But either way,
Who knows?
9 out of 10 times, there's no reason for you ever to need to take your silencer off. So
Very true. Aggression down banana here. They're looking to try and find some kills. Pistols are looking to deal with this, but a nice smoke to alleviate some of that pressure here. And a lot of control from the CT side, but look at this. And apartments.
what a setup. It's a great call.
So well timed.
I wonder what gave them that inclination that there was some players there. If that was just well timed out of, looking for some info, not seeing anyone at banana, etc., etc. But either way, whatever the case was, it was perfect.
100%. Maybe a sound cue made in apartments as well could be potential from Utica. I'm with you. You know, a lot of times when you don't see anything down banana, you want to take map control elsewhere. But actually, in fact, Virginia Tech, they just take all the ground, and they will continue to find the kills near flawless so far. And just one to close it out on very low HP.
14 to be precise, quickly down to 0. K-Rod with a triple, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's true. In M16, we saw the 2 kills over in apartment. So Utica trying to play that one slow and steady, Cole, and I just don't think it was... There wasn't like a back end to that plan, right? There was those 2 players kind of maybe looking for the pop flash out through apartments, but no one else was there, and the bomb certainly wasn't. So I'd like to see Utica maybe play that a little bit more together next time.
Yeah, I'm with you. Have to be a cohesive unit here, and they do have a nice little default set right now. And I think they're going to need that because so far, all I've seen from Virginia Tech once these rifles have come out is aggression. You know, off the flashbangs, we've seen banana control prioritized as well. So they definitely need to work those defaults. They need to try and get that map control established back into their favor. That's what they're looking to do. They've already gotten full control of apartments, but this is a big off-angle held.
He's putting those same nades set to use. Molotov from Parisian are going to deny the entry for just a few moments. Long smoke down there is actually going to allow Zion to rotate out here to A. We're going to see a 4-man setup defensively for Virginia Tech. Ichi going through, and it's done massive damage. Multiple players getting tagged by that one. Smoke for apartments, but there's no one coming. Excuse me, there's one player coming out of that. Push up through lane. Good boost there. Now it's all onto this player inside the pit. And it's not going to be enough. 1-2 kills for M16, but Parisian are on the site. Good for it as well. Double kill working out. Rage now has to do this 1v2.
Nice angle advantage for him here, but caught in some timing. Rage will go down. Not expecting him to be running up that speedway and thinking it was clear. And right there, I feel like this is such a classic collegiate setup on the A bomb site. That pit site setup is so very common, and I think for a good reason. It works out oftentimes, even in situations where you think things are going to go wrong, very quickly you saw on Virginia Tech side of things, they actually found the opener for Utica. They found that Moto player rotating in. But with that, you know, they still had to crack through a pit and site setup despite that opening kill, and that's when everything comes collapsing.
Yeah. Realistically, though, Utica need to pick up some gun rounds very soon. That's two gun rounds that they've now lost. An early pick, an early frag, or K-Rod, who has swapped over site-wise, was over at A, if I'm not mistaken, has now gone over to B to join what is now a 3-player setup in this position. There's 0 utility. That is unfortunate, but the reality for Utica, and you can see why that's a problem, as even more HEs come forward, but this time little damage done.
Not able to deliver too much so far. Had to work around a couple early bits of utility and damage taken as well. So the readjustment back in towards A is best case scenario. At least there is only 2 players on this side of the map to deal with, right? You don't have to fight your way through 3. But again, they kind of have this solid setup, and with no smokes, they're not going to be able to isolate these duels. So this crossfire and alongside a 3rd rotator now joining up in this defense is not going to be easy for you to kind of work through.
With a disadvantage as it is, a couple kills in a plant would be phenomenal. Unfortunately, that is looking unlikely. As, well, I say that, the plant starts to go down, pistol out, and it's a Zion kill at the back end, but Prisoner was looking for it. Nearly had it. Nonetheless, 4-2, the score, Cole. It is a gun round. Where do you think Utica need to adjust on these gun rounds to improve the results? Because they've had some good ideas, but they just haven't worked out in the long run.
Right, I'm seeing some really promising signs right now from Utica where they have some cool takes for control of brackets. You know, that early utility set that's been thrown out multiple times to smoke off arch and molly porch. Like, they have some really good ideas. The issue is I don't think they're really pressuring this car side of things too much. Once again, that trend looks to be continuing with, you know, full control maintained for Virginia Tech off the utility usage, but they will move up lately. Just trying to take that ground slightly delayed. Nice position here for Captain Hitmarker.
And good reaction time, too. I mean, doesn't hit the shot, but it was just a jitter peek. Sturb's going to actually check this angle. The answer is no initially, but the fire from K-Rod is what creates the opportunity for the opening, and Captain Hitmarker on the backside. Good for it. Here we go. Utica, like moths to a flame, this B site. And this is a great setup. Aggressive and big frag there. Prisoner down. It should maybe even be a save at this point.
Fantastic work right there on the double opener from Derbs and Captain Hitmarker. I mean, how sick was that? They're able to punish that setup. I mean, granted, I was a little bit confused as to what the goal of that setup was. Tucking in towards sandbags could be a good idea, but eventually there has to be some sort of, you know, information gathered. You have to go for some sort of play that's proactive, and typically you see someone, and that would be the support there, setting up a flashbang for the repeat from that sandbags position, but there never did come a flash, so free opening for Utica, and it was off the back of some of that card control that was needed in the early round.
Yeah, we talk about it almost at broken record levels at this point, right? The importance of banana control. But we see Virginia Tech struggling to save things, but do pick up a couple kills backside, making the damage to Utica's economy maximum. But able to save two of those 3 weapons, or no, it was just 2. So ultimately, they did a good job of hanging on to those.
Yeah, and they even found a couple kills that I'm not really sure Utica could afford to give up.
Right.
Not a lot in reserves at the moment. You have just won your first gun round, and you could have had all 5 alive, right? Trying to drop those weapons might have been a proactive way to end things here. Surely not. Mr. Flux able to control the spray for 1, but will go down quickly after. And there you go. A 1-for-1 trade to work off of for Utica's not that bad.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Virginia Tech throw some additional flashes. And speaking of finding frags, oh my goodness, Captain Hitmarker. Good for it, but K-Rod on the site. Was that through? I think that was on the other side of the smoke. How did he get that?
That's crazy.
I mean, that was one of those I had X-ray and I wasn't even sure kind of moments.
Right.
It's now been fought back. Virginia Tech, the man advantage.
What a nice second kill right there. Holding down that B bomb site when it was required the most. And they've actually moved themselves into a rather separated setup on this A bomb site. It's good positions. All angles covered here to not allow anyone to slip on through. And right now, Utica have taken a separation approach. One in apartments, one playing in through arches, trying to gather full control of this A bomb site. But they're going to have to deal with this player over in person. Hold on the line. And a quick kill for him. Rage falls, and now leaves just one alive. HT has a jump on him, though. And that will be plant potential now.
But those two players kind of playing on a bit of an island. And you win one of the duels, it does open up an opportunity, but, well, you're going to have to try and convert Utica. Well, that's a nice find. Look at all the utility. This is ridiculous. Virginia Tech, they've got 2 full sets of util. 2 mollies, 2 smokes, and a flash. And you can see that there ain't no way anybody's sitting on that site. Not anymore. Herod checking it just in case, but here comes HT. Smoke going out, but that's a little bit of a mistake. Molly on the back end again. You know, having utility is great, but it can be a problem. Fortunately, Regioner finding the trade late in the round, but it got a little dicey.
Gotta close it down. Virginia Tech moved to 5. It was very close, though, and with that bomb plant there, able to get a good buy-in here as well over on the Utica side of things. So we will take that one any day of the week, despite not being able to close out the 1v2. And now that CT side economy has dwindled down quite low as well, so making things expensive is a great way to try and string some T-side rounds together. You do need to find this one, though. You could break that economy. You could really start to get some momentum rolling. You know, not just a flash in a pan round here or there. We'll see if they're capable of doing so.
There's K-Rod getting chipped down just a little bit. I did like that we saw a double molly early from the Virginia Tech side of things, and wow.
Jeez.
Talk about fast reaction times. K-Rod, I mean, I was on the jump up. That wasn't a boost.
It's very clean, and there's a second one. Make it a third as well. The numbers continue to drop. And I feel like this is a much more isolated approach towards this card control. They've taken a lot of those, you know, one-on-one duels and hasn't worked out for them.
Where's the flashes?
Even towards apartments.
That's the real question,
yeah.
right?
Would have been a great peak if there was just one flashbang left to really support it. Probably would have been 2 kills potentially with how forward they're playing.
That's a nice lineup. It's just those small things really that, you know, allow you to throw that mid smoke without taking the risk of swinging.
Really important in situations like these as well, because you don't want to give up that multiple man advantage that you have. So,
Right.
I mean, you're great. There's those little details that certainly come with experience. Although so far Utica has shown some nice confusion and some of the control. And there you go, Rage on the up, showing some nice shots as well. But they have to deal with this boost. Are they aware of it? Are they able to find it out? Not spotting it out just yet. That's a free kill for Diane, who looks to double down here. And they can't even make their way towards site. Rage forces save. There might be a little bit of a hunt taking place. There's one down B already, rather towards mid. After time, I don't know. No, okay, he's safe. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think M16 really just wanted to confirm that the frag came through.
Mm-hmm.
You know, might have been looking the wrong direction or could turn at any time. It would have been a little dangerous. So just get the confirmation, and I think that's fine. The reality is the money is broken no matter. I mean, it just would have been a adding insult to injury at that point for Utica. But 6-3. Utica, they had that flash in the pan, that one round that really looked solid. And you're right. You know, they've had some good cohesive looks, but they've also been disjointed, and that last round was one of those.
Right. Need to buckle down here. This is your map pick, so you have to get things rolling here shortly. This could be a good round to do so. Look how passive this is, and they are moving up with silence. They can get the jump on him here, surely, and only good for one is K-Rod. There goes the second B defender as well, so site's called clear. And sure, Derbs is taken down low, but they'll get themselves into post plants, and they have time to get into better positions as well. They'll take that back hole as control to boot.
3v3. And recovering a couple of guns. I mean, unfortunate that Derbs is so low, but Still, guns are guns. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough for HT, and now Turbs has to do it all alone, 1-on-2. Oh, and what a spot there by Mr. Flux. I mean, just spotting in the elbow of Turbs. And it's a quick, fast, easy retake for Virginia Tech. But Utica, all things considered, 3 kills, a bomb plant, and only investing just pistols. I definitely think that's a win in my book.
Yeah, that checks all the boxes. I think the main goal of that was, I guess after they took site, I'm sure they were really hoping for a round victory. But at the end of the day, you get 3 of those kills and a bomb plant. You give yourself a bit of cushion here in this round to get everything you could ask for, all the utility in the world. On top of that, you've dampened the economy of your opposition. Always good things to have. Again, we're seeing this car control maintained here. Last round, they were able to abuse it by just dry peeking silently. I'd like to see a flash turn the corner with all that utility that they have. Good HCs as well to keep them at bay. And another one. Nice damage on a Cyan.
I like that Utica are playing this patiently, though.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't kind of getting baited in here. We've seen the same setup from VTU pretty much every round at the B side, unless Utica have gotten aggressive. So at this point, Utica should know what's going down. They can wait the smoke out and then try to re-aggress. But there's a bit of an idea happening. And oh man, nice adjustment there from Derb. Zion gonna get the trade, but it's still 1-for-1, and it is Utica to come out on top, and even more so here is Big Al winning out against M16 in the middle, creating this big opportunity for Utica to find another round.
I think they found it. You're seeing those A players not even interested in going for this one, so all done from Utica. Again, you said that you like those patient plays, the patient banana control that we were taking over on the Utica side of things, and it was really well read. It's exactly how you need to approach Virginia Tech, because they aren't necessarily pushing down deep to the point where you can, afford a really strong angle for the CT side. They're holding off towards car, which isn't something that you see all that often. And Utica are just waiting out that utility, playing the patient game. And after those smokes fade away, they do decide to attack, utilizing the mollies, utilizing the flashbang, and they get caught in transition to Virginia Tech again. And a lot of that success on Utica has been towards the B side, and it continues.
Yeah, I mean, 2 gun rounds, 2 B hits. That's what we've been looking at here. And, well, we'll have to see if Utica can continue to find that sort of success. But here we go. Where does that smoke go? Is that for middle?
Ooh,
I think
no,
it missed
that's
whatever
a
it
miss.
was.
Yeah, I imagine it would be for middle, right? Because then you can buy another utility and spawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one just I don't think really hit. Here's
Good
this
idea.
control I was hoping from them. They have to be careful. One push forward, nice kill from Mr. Flux. And this is exactly what you want to see. This is the more forward pressure. They start 3B, and now they're able to find the opener and maintain forward control. This is an angle that more so favors the CT side now. You get yourself tucked in towards either logs or that close right angle towards Broom, then you're golden. And you can have that control even afford another player towards A.
We'll say Virginia kind of throwing that secondary smoke just a little on the early side. So you can see it's already faded, and we're not even 1 minute into the round. So the utility, yes, there, but, well, I guess if you find those types of frags, it's sort of irrelevant. A-Rod with a nice one. That's the secondary one. Already one opener. Derbs has fallen as well. So, again, good with the bad, right? You saw a bit of a over-investment, I think, utility-wise for Virginia Tech early in the round. And aggression off the back of it, though, just creates a huge opportunity for them to take things and run with them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of going to be the case with this matchup here. Both teams working a little bit low on the experience department, but overall, they are showing some really promising signs, just like that shot. So very close range. They've given themselves an access point, but able to hit the mark. But with that being said, it is pretty clear here at the moment. Inside the flames, Kara goes down, but not without swinging Rage dropped now, and another defender right behind him. 1 kill in, and wisely falling off. That's so smart from Mr. Flux, not giving up anything else. And time's run out now. Tucked in towards the corner. He got to fight his way out of the situation. Down after time, and that is the disaster scenario. Though surprisingly, not the end of the world. He still has some money in reserve.
Yeah, everybody kind of had cash to work with there for Utica, so fortunate. But that's just going to apply that extra pressure. And look, I mean, look now, right? That money, it's disappeared. That's what happens when you're getting a loss bonus on a player, and it's just a bit of a brutal one. So either we could see Utica kind of bring their way back in here in the last couple of rounds of the half, or Virginia Tech could really solidify their position. It's either or at the moment. This gun round, though, going to really determine the rest of it. And I say that because, well, economy-wise, Utica, we just talked about theirs not being ideal. Virginia Tech have a little bit more cash, but, well, it's not perfect either.
A lot riding on this line. Mr. Flux taking a lot of damage to those flames. It will fall eventually. There's a second given over. Derb's going to drop one. They're moving in towards both sides. There's opportunity in both directions. What a shot from Rage. And that's a clear. I think this is a wise call here from Virginia Tech, calling the save pretty early on.
Yep.
What's going on here? They're not really, they're playing very forward, Utica. Bomb's just not being planted. They don't make any mistakes just yet, though. They don't start to press the issue and hunt things down. Like you said, money's pretty low for both sides. So I think the best case scenario for Virginia Tech is that they walk away with these 2 rifles, get an investment in the next, and it's not the end of the world. Yeah,
and Utica should feel the same way. And I say should because, well, I mean, you could argue to go for it, but here's the thing, right? If they were to lose the coming round, then the last round, they would have nothing at all. Rather, now, you know, they could lose next round and still buy the rest of the half.
For sure, but they are hunting a little bit. Closing in.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah, this is a risk you don't really need to take. They're going to drop guns here. Maybe they can find one kill. At least there's a crossfire to deal with. They do find the first.
It's not
One more around the corner, but yeah, they've traded themselves a little bit roughly there. Can't find the second player either, and there's still money to buy on the CT side, so they didn't even get over the hill in terms of crushing that economy of Virginia Tech, and now this comes with the liability of, you know, potentially saving if you can't continue to string these gun rounds together.
Yeah, and I understand that they can't see the money the way we can. They were probably thinking that VTU were a little bit lower on economy than they were in reality, but yeah, that just kind of goes to that experience thing. We've kind of hit on it a couple of times, and, well, that's some nice aggression, but it's denied. Virginia Tech, they've done that a couple times, and M16 getting entirely found out that time out.
I mean, this time it doesn't even net them a kill. I feel like even
a 1-for-1's a bad trade there.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Is like they made that play quite a bit, right? And there's always been 2 or 3 players in alt mid to deal with it. So there's either needs to be one of 2 things: a second flash thrown in to offer up continued support so that they're continuously blind, or you maybe stop that sort of play and concede some of that control. Now at least they do have an A stack. They do have a 3-man A lean, so it's not the end of the world here.
Prisoner blinded out, buy some time by dropping down, able to find one, making a double kill there for Prisoner, and now on the run. Are you kidding me? That's not supposed to work that way, and he's bought enough time for Zion to come around the corner. Virginia Tech making moves in that round, and the worst case scenario coming to fruition for Utica, but the good news is they do have the money. It's just a little bit light, considering that HT's had to pick up the MAC-10.
MAC-10 a little bit lacking utility, but yeah, surprisingly, that loss bonus is a huge factor on that T side, 2,900, as they lose that round. There was a little bit in reserve, but at the end of the day, a big round to hold on to for Virginia Tech, considering they started things off 4v5. Again with this aggression, though, and Rage was well prepared for it. No flashbangs, it seemed, for K-Rod, or at least it didn't land. There's another raid around the corner, and there's no support. Has to go big. Good for one, but then done. Now, one more around the corner to deal with. Gets them all up, but they're already past it. 1 kill in. No trade delivered, so at least they maintain an equilibrium here, 3v3.
Nice tapping. Mixture Flux. I don't really know that was necessary, but using the molly in order to buy some time. And,
Ooh.
oh my goodness! I think M16 just painted a picture around the man's head. That was ridiculous. Virginia Tech, not quite there. Fake flash with the flash. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one before.
That from the meme lord himself, JoJo.
Oh boy.
Closing in though. Only one to deliver. Rage. He'll need NACE to close this one out. He's found the first. Can't isolate him though. And he's good for the one and done. Yeah, there is a kit to be diffused onto that bomb here. So 10-5 is how we end things here in favor of Virginia Tech, who put up a great defensive half. But there was some serious signs of life and some great execution power. You know, kind of helmed from Rage, but also Derp stepping up to the plate combined. So, you know, not too bad of a half there for a T side of Inferno.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? You think T-side Inferno, and it's always going to be rough. So, pick up 5 rounds, a pistol here, and you're right back in it. But see, here's the risk when you go down by double digits is that if you don't pick up that pistol, you're instantly at risk of, you know, 1 gun round, and basically it's over.
Right. Yeah, that's always the issue here. That CT side economy can always be frail as well, so you need to kind of come off with a very strong gun round performance in a similar way to Virginia Tech. Get caught in the cubby. This pistol round might not go their way. This B stack coming through. At least they have a fast flank going on, so that could be interesting. But it is only Captain Hitmarker to deliver some defensive setups.
Over the top. There we go. Yeah, you're right. One here there for Hitmarker, and in fact, one more player kind of hanging out. Okay, never mind.
Jeez.
That was nasty. Just a one tap. All into Derbs and HT, who Derbs we just talked about, you know, giving some praise. Spotting out one, even the second, but trying to take shots at 2 at the same time is a difficult task at the best of moments, and this time even harder as there's lack of health for Derbs, for HT, and both fall instantly on the crossfire.
Yeah, that's why A is so hard to retake right there. That's why you want to hold on to it. And Virginia Tech, when they grab that site, they do set up what was very familiar territory in that pit site crossfire that they've been doing on their CT side throughout the entire half. Now, I like this call from Utica, this full eco, trying to get those gun rounds in as soon as possible. That makes sense, right? You know how important they can be, and if you can start to win your gun rounds, then that can be an opportunity for that comeback like we were talking about, that 5-12 scoreline. It won't be as stark as it seems, but that is a big caveat. You need to win them.
Certainly is. Here we go. Virginia Tech. They're very much looking to maybe go towards the B site, but guess what? Ain't nobody home. They're gonna find that out here in just a moment. And yeah, that silence is deafening, and Utica feel the same way. So they're headed in for a, well, retake might be the wrong word. Probably a bloodbath, all things considered. But either way, a couple kills would be nice. M16, one. That is a range at which the USPS is simply not equipped.
Nice break control, though. That looked like it was distance that the AK can very quickly become a hard thing to master, but nicely done from Zion to collect that one. Pretty easy.
We did talk Zion as kind of our go-to player to watch. And in fairness for Virginia Tech, you know, he's just kind of been amongst the crowd because everyone's kind of having a good game. But, yeah, that's kind of that experience, that, you know, quality that we were expecting coming to show.
100%. Everyone is kind of stepping up to the plate right now for Virginia Tech. It's good to see. We do have a good setup here towards the B bomb site and a lot of HE damage here. Chipping down 2 players. 100 HP from those 2 HEs. You'll take that. But then they immediately concede some of that control. So while they do have a little bit of an HP bar advantage, they've gathered themselves a car in the very early stages of this round at the moment. And that could be a risk if you allow for that execution factor to come through.
Setting up this round, though, I mean, it is imperative for Utica. We talked about how it could really start to get out of control if you lose that first gun round on the CT side. You know, that economy very, very brittle. And this is why you can look at the utility left here with a minute ticking away. It's just one smoke for the defense and one molly, 3 flashes. So, not a lot.
Molly is positioned towards B, though, where that execution is going to come through just in time as well. No, just been used, and now he's going to fall off. CT's been smoked, and they're going to Molly new box as well, so this puts Derbs in a world of hurt. 1 kill in for K-Rod, but again, that B-side execution's coming through. There's no support for Derbs. He finds a first, he finds a second, nearly tripling down. He has support from HT, and Derbs, he does find 3. They hold on to that site, and a massive defense delivered in what was such a difficult position to be in.
Virginia Tech had so much utility. Where was the flash for Derbs? I looked down right before that, and they had, like 3 or 4 players with a couple flashbangs, it felt like, and then nobody threw a singular one to try and blind out Derbs, and he just lines him up, knocks him down, and hey, in fairness, it's a bit of a shooting gallery when they just come out of the smoke one by one. So, good for him for finding the frags, but also, you got to ask the questions of Virginia Tech of what happened.
100%. Rage. Oh, big pickup right there. Kicks things off the opener here. He's taking those dry fights as well. We've seen some flashbang setups come through from Virginia Tech. He doesn't need them at all. He will just take the aim duel. An ego peek, as we like to call him in NA.
Oh, man. That's also the problem when you give Rage, or any CT for that matter, an AK-47 in their hands. Just enable them to take those sorts of swings as aggressively as possible, and you give them big opportunities to win it. Zion, though, is kind of timing. This is fantastic. He's just heard the rotation, and he's picked up the double. Wow! What a headshot on that second player. Derbs hit Noah, hit him, and there's no need for the smoke initially. It's gone down now, but Utica's in trouble.
Started off so well, but Zion shut him down and finds himself a third here. 2 more to go for this ace, and he continues to hang about in this distribution area. He will find himself the 4K here, still healthy to turn the corner for 1 more, and he grabs it. The ace from Zion to get 13 rounds for Virginia Tech. What a clean double opener as well, man. How did he know to push through that smoke at such a perfect timing?
I'll tell you, he heard the smoke go down, and this is why this comes back to experience, and this is why it's so important. If you're a B player, you have to walk away. You can't run. It was that Utica player who was rotating, made a step, and he gave away the idea that he might be in towards CT or even fully rotating off, and that is why he found that timing. It's a small thing, but it's so important.
And that timing is so good to exploit right there. And that's that experience that Zion has that he can bring to the table. Now, this is some phenomenal damage onto the heavy area of the previous round. He's taken down low, but the opener still swings in a way. There's a kill to be had over towards B. 1 defender. The numbers continue to drop as Rage will fall as well. Onto a 5v3. I imagine this is going to force some CT aggression to come through eventually. They'll get uncomfortable. But instead, they've gambled a second player over towards B. And in the meantime, Virginia Tech, they've just thrown in a fake. They've faked out the B bomb site, rather. And there's only 1 player to deal with on the site now.
Double flash. Mr. Flux, the one to throw. We're going to find any sort of flashes on towards Big Al, but it's sort of irrelevant. As Vin 16 not only pre-fires, but it instantly gets the shot on target as well. Little to work with here for Utica.
Does that lineup work? Oh, they got it. You just needed a refresher.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to think about it.
Yeah.
You get there. Fair enough.
Just reminds me of like cycling through a character. It's like, do you want to smoke? Right. I guess imagine the other smokes wouldn't have gone anywhere useful, but you just think you can smoke library, arches. You're just cycling through.
Yeah. 14-6. There's the score line, and well, I don't know why Utica haven't bought yet. They have money. This is, of course, after last round's save, but this really is do or die. Win here, you have a possibility to continue making a comeback. Lose, and might as well be all over.
100%. It very well could end. They got some good flashbang setups to gather some of that control towards Banana early on. Again, this utility is a bit dry, don't you think here? I mean, we've seen them utilize it to good effect, but there you go. Rage again with the ego peak.
Oh. They were holding for him that time. They still couldn't find it. But Virginia Tech not able to pick up much of anything here. Already down by 2 players. And Utica, well, they needed it. They want it. And it looks like they might have it.
A lineup here. Derbs. Okay, it's just been kind of a consistency factor, hasn't he? In locking down some of these B-sides, you know, when he's not getting pushed by Cyan. And there you go. This could be a flawless answer back for Utica, showing that they're not just done yet. M16, end of the game here at this point, is dropping a few weapons, and he's done that. HT drops. Derbs knows that he's around the corner. Maybe this could get a little more interesting here. There's a flank towards Banana, but he still needs to find an isolated duel. He needs to try and make this into a 1v2, and he's diving. He doesn't want to do so. He's got himself another 1v5 in the cards here. M16 needs to turn the corner. Back's turned. Maybe a little bit taking that too literal, as Big Al will find him.
Yeah, it is hard to anticipate that second guy in there, but you know, given the time, given the ability to rotate as quickly as they could, it was pretty much guaranteed you're going to see somebody in towards construction. But nonetheless, 3 big kills. I mean, look at what it's done to the economy, right? Utica, they would have had everything they could have ever wanted in this round. Instead, it's going to be Derbs with only a single smoke. It's going to be an MP9 for HT. And it's going to be a FAMAS for Hitmarker. So things are still looking up for Virginia Tech, all things considered.
I couldn't agree more there. I mean, that was a big pickup. Look at this little one-way that we got going on over in apartments. Pretty fancy. I don't think that when you see that smoke that you'll be willing to peek it, but I could be wrong.
Virginia Tech pouring on the pressure in this one. This is realistically probably going to be the last buy round in a row that Virginia Tech can find. I mean, M16 has a bit of extra cash, but everyone else is on the poorer side, and the loss bonus not quite out of hand yet.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a potential for Utica to get some confidence building rounds. I think maybe their eyes are tucked in towards next map here, potentially with the strong showing and then pretty one-sided nature of this match so far. But if they can get, you know, a closer scoreline here and get some damage done, that would be a nice thing to have. Clean kill for Big Al. Straight through the smoke, catches Mr. Flux. He's down early. Derbs again, locking down this B side as well.
Yeah, Derbs, you mentioned it a couple rounds ago, but just the consistent player. And that's been so strong. Remember, Utica picked here Inferno. So they definitely want to bring this back if they can. It's just going to be on towards M16 once more. This time it's a 1v3, not a 1v8, but despite some heroics in the late round, is unable to do it once more. And VTU, as I mentioned, on the poorer side for the moment. Going to be in towards the save, and Utica, 1 round at a time. This comeback might be a reality.
M16 gonna be the utility man in this round. You got a Zeus in play, of course, to make things interesting, but not much else to back this one up. So Virginia Tech should experience some limited success here, and like you said, this could be round by round a clawback that they're hoping for. But a B rush, the classics here for an eco, but they hit the pause button. They're not fully committed, and it might be a good thing that they start to walk up. They have full control of car right now, and maybe they can get the jump on these CTs.
As soon as that smoke comes out, you have to expect that it's going to be all gas, no brakes, but it's actually the opposite. So, smoke, they're trying to convince them that this is a full fake, fully walking this up. It's very good. And Reach spit on that one. Now Derbs, on the other hand, he was ready and waiting. Maybe a trade there through the smoke, but it's still Derbs on the site. He's good for it too, but it's only 2. Means that we're in a potentially winnable scenario for VTU.
We got 1 AK here, picked up as well. M16, he's looked lights out in the clutch, and on top of that, his teammate has armored workout.
Oh yeah.
Volley goes in, but it's not. one, but the flick shot will Rage, able to find it. Now isolated, and will be taken down. M16, no luck in this one either. My God, that looked a little bit scary for Utica.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, who's the guy we've been talking about? Rage all the time, and it's him again, who does find the big moment, you know, big stand up, and hit that flick. That's a hard flick to hit. Up and to the right, that's like arguably the hardest place. I mean, maybe up and to the left, a little bit harder, but just in general, you know, mouse movement, it's just so tough, and he hits it flawlessly. Saves up the round. You know, if he goes down there, then I don't know. That really could be a different story. You have a bit of a crossfire setup. That was then. This is now. And it's going to be a quick scale up by the looks of it. Middle control trying to be gained for now for VTU.
Holding things steady here. Got a train working up this B side though right now, and it's up to M16 to draw out a lot of attention towards it. We'll see how much he can do with the utility. Oh, he does certainly do so. 2 mollies baited out right immediately from the CT side. Now they start to bait out some utility here over towards B as well. They get that banana smoke down after they throw 1 CT smoke. M16 is looking to join up with this execution, grabbing the bomb on his way there. But again, if you kind of try and deal with this round on Utica's side of things, info blind, and with this sort of setup, you're going to, again, heavily rely on derps.
Just 2 smokes remain here for the CTs as 1 minute is now ticked by. Dying, looking for the entry. Gonna miss the initial shot, but hits the follow-up very cleanly. Looking for more. Coffin control is there. 1 CT on the rotate in. And that cross coming in at the perfect time. HE grenade over the top. Flashbang to follow. K-Rod. You need to make some space, just holding back. 5v4.
On top of the offense here, he's able to sneak by, but that's an easy kill for HT. Able to take that long angled approach. Now it equalized to the 4v4. They look to close in upon these T's here. And whoa, what a quick scope there coming through from Rage. It might be all for naught though, as everyone around him drops. It was a valiant effort delivered, but no luck. And that's Virginia Tech. One score off of closing out this map.
This is an extreme example, obviously, but I feel like watching Rage right this moment on Utica is kind of like some of those Titan games where Kenny S was playing well. You know what I mean? Like he'd hit some ridiculous op shot and they'd lose the round, but it didn't matter because you were in awe.
He's certainly...
It's kind of in that same vein, you know what I'm saying?
Certainly got some swagger with the AWP, that's for sure.
It's a nice HE from HT. Zion going down just a little bit. Chunking down 30 HP. Not a bad way to start, but that HE, well, that was really the only one available for Utica. And you can see the economy is busted. It's in pieces. On the ground even. And 3 MP9's just not ideal.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to defend against this, especially with nades raining on your head. Luckily, that doesn't do too much damage, not to worry. I don't know if there's much getting out of that corner, although Rage will eventually fall off, not trying to deal with the recovery that's being made here from Virginia Tech as they look to execute in. That might be a tricky molly to handle. Is that on top of the porch? Doesn't matter. It's not burning them up just yet. Now the crossfire that they're forced to deal with, it dwindles those HP bars down so low. They haven't gotten too much distance here. And Utica, the tides could be turning here, but they move their way back in towards B.
The flashbang over there at B, insta swing, but insta fallback too. So, interesting ideas. Molly over the top. It's going to be for Coffin. Smoke out for CT. 1 push in. The timing not so great though. Derbs now on the site. Evs at MT9. For the first, big damage on the second, but it's still not good enough. Man, Derbs, I mean, I've been talking Rage a lot, but man, I just got so much respect for Derbs. He's been so consistent every time. I mean, he's not gone down without a kill, it feels like, at all this game, but it seems like this might be it. Might be over. No utility other than a singular flashbang for Utica.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do to really answer this one, besides hope for the lower speed bars to go down here early. Crossfire's a lot to deal with, though. Rage will find one, but it's all Big Al left to deal with a player in pool, an M16 to close things down. Fitting that he's the one to finish this as he set them up for success. A lot of these rounds on the T side doing some damage. And, I kind of expected opening map, but a really strong showcasing of Utica overall. I liked the setup that they had. I liked Rage with the op quite a bit. And Derbs, again, like you said, very consistent overall. He was good for multi-kills, or at least good for one and some damage behind it. So there's some good signs to be had here for this Utica roster.
Yeah, and 0-3. I know we didn't really kind of communicate that all too much in the opening to the show, but both these teams 0-3, and it's hit a tough conference too, for being really completely honest about it. So they've had some struggles, but you're right. There's been some good looks. I think improvements being made game after game, but in essence, I think HT Big Out, they're the ones that need to be the one to show up a little bit more. Unfortunately, that's just what we kind of saw on the back end of that. But Virginia Tech, everybody showed up, and I think ultimately, no matter what Utica were putting on display, when everyone's showing up like Virginia Tech were, it's going to be a hard game, and it was, especially as losing out your map pick Utica on Inferno. That's not a way to start a series, but Nuke is the second matchup, and it was positive that I didn't feel Utica were getting outgunned in all of these duels by any means.
Right. I saw some good crossfire setups. I've seen some pretty solid execution factors as well from Utica. So there's something to be worked off of here. And like you said, there wasn't much of that deep gap in experience for these two teams. So, if they are able to maybe have the full roster step up on that second map for Utica and maybe silence some of the names on Virginia Tech who are really kind of haunting them in some of those rounds. And, even Cyan, who had an insane double opener, he finished it off with an ace. That was a kind of my turning point where I was like, Utica, I don't think comes back from this. And I think pretty much was the case. They really couldn't find their footing after that overall. So a great showcasing from them to win their opponent's map pick, and that's an exciting prospect here, but I imagine this could be a 2-0.
Certainly could, but we're going to have to find out the flip side of this break. So don't go too far. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Nuke. Alrighty, welcome back to what was a pretty one-sided affair in the favor of Virginia Tech on the map pick of Utica. That was Inferno. We'll be headed to Nuke relatively shortly, but Utica, man, they really did struggle, and well, honestly, maybe they need to upgrade their gaming chairs, Cole.
Yeah, I could see that being the case there. That's for sure. Need some better gaming chairs if they wanted to upgrade some of their PC performance. They could also take their eyes over to Corsair, who have a lot of technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. They have award-winning PC components and peripherals that I'm sure Utica could use, but you know, they also have premium streaming equipment and, you know, smart ambient lighting. All of these included to really upgrade your game. And either if you're a content creator or if you're a competitive gamer, utilize some of their products there. There's plenty to choose from. With all that being said, we will hop into things and we'll see if Utica have upgraded from the last map to try and take things into a third and, you know, avoid continuing the season off with a rough start.
Yeah, that ninth round, by the way, is should have been rigged. I think it was.
Yeah.
Utica should be the ones to win it because they start the CT side. This is a Virginia Tech pick. So, with that being said, yeah, I hope they'll kind of take some of the what they probably could have learned from the last map and utilize it here. Unfortunately, T side for this map is not going to be the easiest usually, so that just really gives them Utica, I mean, a real good opportunity to maybe get a good start too.
Yeah, we're already off to a hot start in the pistol. That top of Hut Molly comes a little bit too late, and Derbs through the smoke, always good for a kill. And little do they know, bomb has been dropped in a nice little location for them. They've got that. I don't know if they know that for sure, if it's sticking out through the smoke, to be honest with you. I've got x-ray so I can see it, but I don't know if they've spotted it out yet. Maybe it's popped up on radar. Okay, no, they certainly know.
Now they have to know.
There you go.
Yeah, if they didn't now, it would be a problem. There's still a minute to work with here, so Virginia Tech, they have an opportunity to maybe manufacture themselves a way back into this round, difficult as that may be. But Zion falling, and Herod is the final left alive, looking for more, but I don't think he's going to get much of anything done. As he gets taken out, his rage, final frag. Everybody pretty much getting involved there. Captain Hitmarker the exception, but it's okay. Utica, that's what we wanted to see. A strong start, strong way to get the lead, but remember, we saw Utica win the pistol round last game too.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, in a full eco coming through from Virginia Tech, they should be able to string two together, but you can certainly see that they're prioritizing this this AK purchase in the next round. They won't have the best utility considering they have invested a little bit, a couple Zeuses here and there, which is interesting. I can understand those decisions more so on the CT side.
Right.
T side, very tricky to close distance.
Well, they got some Glocks to help out. Maybe whilst everyone's shooting at the Glocks, they'll go for something else. I don't know. To be fair, though, Nuke, I mean, this is a map where there's a lot of close range opportunities. There goes the rent push. P250's working well.
Oh, my
2
God.
kills. That's a bit brutal. And the bomb going to go down as well. And oh boy, that's a big mistake. But ultimately, they're going to get bailed out by it. I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. Now the flank coming in as well, but timing Glocks are winning. Cole, what is going on?
Glocks. Not the Glocks. You cannot close this one out. Surely it is Derbs of all people to be put into the 1v2. Ever consistent. They've vacated this heaven position so they can give themselves more room to work with, but this is going to be a tricky post-plant position to deal with. You have one in mini, you have another tucked in towards this vent area, and this is, I mean, once the bomb gets tapped, they can double swing for the kill.
True. At least Derbs has a kip.
Oh, no.
9 health to work with.
Ah.
Oh, this is so brutal. There's that tap you were talking about.
Cleared it. No, he's off it. He's saving.
He's got to. I mean, there's just no time.
Gosh, what a heartbreaker. Yeah, there's just nothing you could do there. He had to finish that kill. Maybe there was a chance. Taps the bomb, checks that squeaky position early on, but wow. I think they got bailed out by that bomb getting dropped in a really awkward spot. It's so unfortunate for them because it allows that ramp player to swing, and if he was just not proactive enough, he would have been flanked as well if he hung around there.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, a little bit of fortune, but a little bit of shots being whipped from Utica as well. I say what you will, but that is a Glock eco that should never happen, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, to be fair, it's like half your fault because you did say something about how it should be an easy round, but
Of course.
hashtag blame the caster. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, no doubt. There's just no reason you should ever be losing a Glock round like that. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Utica bought in here fully. They have nothing on the utility side and armor to back up some of these pistols, but Rage, well, he's gonna have to rage from the grave as he's got nothing doing here. Derbs though outside in mid, good to try and trade back at least one player.
Not too bad. At least you found yourself a kill, utilizing that saved rifle to try and save yourself, redeem yourself from that last round. Interestingly though enough, ramp vacated at the moment. But there is a player in that lower bomb site to meet the attacking Cyan. That rifle retrieved, not too bad. Workable here. They execute in towards A though in the meantime. They're going to dive down the vents. That's going to be hard to sneak by, but 1, 2, and 3. Safe and sound. And it will be a B-side finish with just Captain Hitmarker to defend.
Big Al a little slow on that uptake there, in my opinion. Whoop. Well, there was a defender, no longer. Just now, timing good for Big Al. He's looking for a little bit more. Got a teammate coming in from the decon side of things. And, oh, HT, that felt like a free fire, and this is all turned around here. Parisianer is the only one left alive. He's taking that first duel, but he just commits. There's really no reason to commit there either. And Virginia Tech makes some mistakes of their own and give Utica the buy right back.
Great stuff from them. Needed that. We talked about how the CT side start was so influential. And then losing to Glocks in the very next round after starting things off right with a pistol. I guess this answer back is going to be good here from Virginia Tech. They got some good weaponry, but probably kicking themselves given that they had a chance of resurging. It's kind of slipped through their fingers. But now, again, it's not the end of the world. They have actually 3 AKs, believe it or not. Just lacking that utility department just a bit. Mr. Flex is pretty healthy, but the rest of the gang not too good in the utility belt department.
Well, let's see if this can be a continuation round for Utica. I mean, it's a necessary one, right? But I mean, you look at the other side, and I mean, the amount of cash that has been invested here is quite large. You're gonna find that first entry, and wow, nice find. He does just that. 2 for 1 on the entries, making it 3 for Parisianer doing similar work, and it's quickly down to HT.
Well, all right. That's a nice answer back there. The back and forth will continue here, and another hero rifle is going to be saved out for Utica. They're able to utilize it effectively in the previous round, but this time that A bomb site was really what was some flubbed nades from Virginia Tech as well. Able to hold on to a nice side attack. You know, not even landing that mini smoke. It was potential to do some damage there. But as those site players go down, you know, that Mustang player is so influential in holding off that hut position. Once he falls, that makes around the world of a lot more easy to move out into that A-bomb site and collapse.
Sure does. 2-2. It's an immediate answer once again. Virginia Tech, I mean, this is back and forth, though, right? Utica not out yet. And it's going to be right with another Nova. But this is a relatively decent force buy, especially for the CT side standards. 2 rifles is not bad. And we know that the Nova can be very effective in this map at a variety of positions. So, not too shabby. It's just going to be a matter of putting it together. But this is a perfect decision from Virginia Tech. Well, you know they might be on a force buy. What better place to go but outside, where your range reigns supreme.
Lobby Crunch comes in the meantime, so at least Utica are trying to take this control elsewhere, but the issue is In the meantime, they've already gathered that kill on the Dirge, who was the hero in that last kind of half-buy, force-buy scenario. He found 3 kills and won the clutch. This time, they're lacking him and another man, and Big Al as well.
Not much left to find for Utica. It's been a very, very strong anti-eco round for Virginia Tech. They've played together. They've played consistent. And now Rage.
Yes.
I don't think he was going to be handed that one on a silver platter, so he's going to fall back and try to take that gun into the next round. I mean, hey, shotgun kills are fantastic on Ecos. You can if you can grab a Nova for, I think it's 1,050, so a bit extra cash, right? I mean, it's just a little bit more than a deagle. Then, and $900 a kill, they pay for themselves very quickly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I love shotguns on this map in particular. I also like Zeus's on this map in particular. I think both are very effective.
Yeah.
Good bang for your buck. Depends on what you really are going for. If you just want kills and Zeus, if you want some check potential, Nova is definitely a good option alongside the auto shotty. Always good for a half-buy situation. In this case, they only have a Nova here. I mean, I like that they save this so that you can have potential to collect some money. Even, you know, Rage on an individual level, you probably want them on op as soon as possible, given some of the results of that last round.
Right.
Or last map, I should say.
Most certainly. Two-man setup here. I mean, honestly, Big Al's lucky to get even one, but 2 for 1. So, and I say lucky, I think more aptly is doing a good job to get that kill. Captain Hit Marker going to come in from the top. Now here's where it gets hard to close the distance. Fortunately, for Rage, there's been a picked up AK-47, and now HT has the shotgun. Not at that range, my friend. Not at that range. Where's this AK at? Looks like it's just ready and waiting outside of the A side, and I don't know if we're I don't know if we're actually gonna see him get any kills with this. He's just gonna look for the save again.
Probably wise for the best. I still don't know if he's gonna have enough money. 2,400 probably around the lost bonus that they're gathering, so you will not be able to bring that op out just yet. Here for the CT side of Nuke, and that's 2 to 4 for Virginia Tech. Things are already getting a bit rough here for Utica in the early stages. We're only 7 rounds in, and maintaining a healthy lead, keeping that economy quiet. These are some winning conditions that, you know, we'd like to see for a team, and Utica struggling to get some heavy lifting done in the first half.
To be fair, though, right? That's just kind of the nature of the beast when you go for that back and forth, you know, economy battle. The CTs are always going to, you know, if they lose the economy battle, then they're always going to be back on their back foot here by a couple of rounds. So I think we need to wait just a little bit before we make any long-term, you know, inclinations about this map and Utica in general, because, well, this is their first real opportunity to show us what they can do with a big gun round.
I definitely need good conversion here. Nice mini split already being taken in place. Sturbs is in. Doesn't realize one right behind them, so a quick trade delivered. Captain Hit Marker, though, able to keep things in good standing here for the CT side on the collapse. So not the end of the world. They've just lost 1 man at the price for 2 for Virginia Tech. It looks like that may continue. No, but equal trade here again. And back into 2v2s as there's another trade to be had on that A-bomb site. Rotators have arrived onto the scene, but not expecting him to push out of the hut. And M16 gathers himself a second for the first time. Now Virginia Tech in firm standing, but there's 2 low HP bars, and it's HT on the clutch for Mini.
I'm not sure why M16 was not expected to swing there, considering the position. I think should have been known, but yeah, it's going to be hard to clear out both these angles. It's hard to anticipate push coming in, and yeah, see, there's that hard to anticipate moment. You expect one player might be behind, you know, second, or one player might be sitting close, but not both of them. And it's a perfect trade off the back of it. So Virginia Tech winning out in what was a pretty darn impactful gun round. You can see what it's done. Utica, loss bonus, absolutely. Guns, less so.
Yeah, 3,400 loss bonus now. So at the very least, Rage is certain to have an AWP if he elects to do so in the next round. But a really good mini collapse right there. But I think it all came down to that play from Mim16, finding 2 kills on the opener of the A bomb site, and finally, you know, putting the trade back into their favor.
Yeah.
After so many equalized trades was the kicker. That was the game changer. Oh my god. The heavy hitter though from last round taken down from Rage. What a beautiful shot, long range, but oh, maybe short-lived success at the end of the day.
Still was a nice shot. Pretty looking. I'll add that to the nice deagle shots that we've seen, or nice shots in general from Rage, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
But 2v4, 1v4. There's HT left to this lonesome, just trying to find something, and it's nothing for the trouble. Virginia Tech now doubling up their lead to 4.
I think they've hit a comfortable status in their T side right now. I think 9-6 is at half that. Even if you lose out, you'll be happy to walk away with. But again, this really requires some gun rounds to come through here from Utica. They missed out on their first chance 2 rounds ago, and it was a very close affair. They almost closed it out, and now here's your chance to try and bounce things back and gather some control in this half. A much needed control at that. Really need to give yourself some room to work with here.
Do, but how do you do that, right? That's the question that I think Utica probably going to be asking themselves. They've not found success, but of course Rage does have that op now. I mean, this time there's somebody outside, so it's going to be a swing from K-Rod. The hit marker going down, and well, it's hard to utilize that op when you're smoked off. And so the op rotating over, by the looks of it, into a heaven position. The full A execution. Flash of smokes. And all the nades committed. And it's kind of a slow push, though. This has been interesting. Not quite sure why. As Big Al is good for the double. Derbs as well. And this is all in towards Mr. Flux, who's now down and out. That was such weird timing from VTU. They just kind of waited their own utility out.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That's exactly what happened, right? And on top of that, it telegraphs they hit. When in reality, they find that kill out from Squeaky, right? The opening pick. There was no one left on the site because they threw that outer yard utility. So they didn't know it, but there was a free A bomb site with only a player, you know, granted in heaven, and could have still done some damage. But when you only have to deal with one player in heaven, that is pretty much on a side execute the goal that every team hopes to have, to manipulate those rotates in towards ramp and in towards outer yard or that lower bomb site, so that you can have a free open A bomb site like that. You don't have to deal with the top hut positions. Outer yard smokes got a favorite Big Al, nicely using those stairs to take some leverage.
There's plenty of cash for VTU, and K-Rod's going to equalize. 4v4. You can see HT kind of thinking about things, trying to find out some information. He does find out that there was one player kind of chilling around in Trophy. But this utility is actually working out pretty well for Utica. They've got a lot left sitting here, and with that win, Big Al has made life even harder for Virginia.
Wonderful. What a sick crossfire. Big Al holds steady for 3. From the top ropes, is able to continue to deliver right there. What a massive multi-kill. Absolutely sick from him. They're going to need that more of that. Need to keep it consistent. They sure are doing so. They're kind of hitting the boxes I was talking about, stringing some CT side rounds together. And you know, we have yet to see Rage really show up with full potential. If he can start getting activated with the AWP and be an impactful player like we know he can be from last map, and Utica, they'll be in good standing here to maybe close out a half 9-6 like they almost need to do.
Well, we'll have to see. Rage getting AWP, as we've come to see pretty regularly. Molotov, a little bit on the later side. Gonna do
Get landed in the smoke.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I mean, Derbs has definitely heard what's going on, but can't do anything about it initially. Here's HT. You're gonna have to stand tall, stand strong. And he does just that, but only for a singular frag. Now the plant's going to go down for Prisoner. And it's a 4v4.
He's able to get out as well. Ollie's perfect to isolate one from another, and K-Rod takes the freebie. I think this might be safe territory. There's some damage being done. Not too much from Zion here. And how do you work your way out of the ramp? Well, that's a nice start, right? You find yourself an opening pick. Derby. Rather Derb. Looking to close things out. He'll be taken down by the mid-16. Hanging around towards control, though. Now there's 2 very low HP bars for the CTs trying to retake it. And they're just playing off the bomb here. No need to peek until you hear that tap. Double doors. 1 freebie. And 1 right around the corner. And there's no escape for Rage as he'll go down. Virginia Tech back to winning ways.
Yeah, bit brutal for Utica too. Win around, lose around. That's just not what you want to see. But they did survive with 4 or 5. I can't remember in that victory that they had just around to go. So for that, they have plenty of money to buy back in, even to get an op for Rage. But again, he's really been limited in his effectiveness, and it's really not been his fault per se. It's just been good utility usage, making it hard to find any sort of success with the op or even lanes to push forward with, for that matter. So we'll have to see if this is the turnaround or if we're going to see more of the same. Right now, it's more of the same. It's a huge pick there for Zion in the open and in the outside.
Pretty swift pick right there. Getting this further smokes down Rage. Oh, near miss right there.
Oh no. It's your teammate, dude.
He does hit those. But unfortunate that that's a shot you hit. And he's trying to distract on top of the side so that Zion can flank. And distract he does, man. What a second big kill. This run comes collapsing. Doesn't it? What a mini.
Wow.
Mr. Flux, what was that shot right there? Absolutely sick. And that is another round fallen by the wayside here. HD's now positioned no max return. He just collapsed in upon Virginia Tech. They string 2 together.
And a full flawless one too. Not a singular player lost that. And here's the other bad news. I mean, it's like bad news on bad news on bad news here for Utica, but they don't have money.
Yeah. That's no fun, is it? Again, another one of these Deagle rounds here, and that's 90. You've already won the half for Virginia Tech on the T set of Nuke. That's a rare occurrence. Not only that, you seem to see this Virginia Tech start to warm up. Very nice in the mechanical sense there. Zion going to be pressured into Prawn. He's able to deliver 1, and the support does come through. Attack from top silo from M16 to close things down. And there you go. 9 on the board. Pretty quick and easy. Again, another clean round.
Yeah, with only 1 loss. You look at the economy for Virginia Tech. 10K for one. You got 11K for another. 10K. I mean, K-Rod's got 10K as well. I mean, that's the sort of bank that is just unbreakable, even if it weren't, the penultimate round of the half.
Doubt. Back towards these out of yard smokes that have been working out really nicely for Virginia Tech. For this space, I don't really know if Utica know exactly how they want to handle it. And, I mean, with that being said, what they've done to try and handle it wasn't really taking, early space. Now, there hasn't been any big garage smoke, so Rage is able to land a shot on the Zion. It's just unfortunate it's not the kill. He will hit the second, though, cleanly so. And, I mean, they threw 2 of those outer yard smokes. They were missing that one. And I feel like that might be one of the more important ones, considering the effectiveness of that position.
Nice deke there from HT. Maybe enough. He's called in to help there. Big Al. As a frag, he's falling back. He's getting chased out, though. And HT's falling immediately. Big Al can't find anything. Mr. Flux on site. Pulling down the Molotov to deny entry. And it's a bit of a labored spray for him. But still the kill. And the only bad news for Virginia Tech is that the HP is so very low, but Prisoner doesn't care. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to him. And now the HP is sort of irrelevant to Utica. They have to save. They don't have money to buy back into the last round of the half, and they don't have any other options.
Yeah, man, it's so hard. of a decision to make, right? I don't know exactly how low Utica really know these players are, because maybe they would be more enticed considering you do have a bit of a utility belt over on Big L. But the rough decisions get made, and
Surely they know like one player's dinged, right? But yeah, it's hard to make that gamble, and honestly, I might just say that the save is the better option either way.
yeah, I have to agree with you. The crossfires, especially when you have a man advantage,
Right.
that HP kind of becomes less of a factor. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. With the crossfires, more than likely the opponent's not even going to be looking at you, so your HP is irrelevant.
No doubt. Get one last investment, one last chance to gather themselves a little bit to work with here. And the CT side of Nuke, but again, that's just never what you really want to hear, right? You never want to see it. You're giving yourself a little bit of cushion on your CT side of Nuke to really work in the B side half. You have to fire on all cylinders to gather some of that ground. I think I've already seen some learning being done, adjustments being hit from K-Rod, and a whiffed opportunity from Derb, something we did not see at all in the last map.
No, but we've seen a couple of those across the board for Utica this map. And once again, he's got the frag and looking for more. He knows.
Heard the footsteps.
Thankfully, Big Al is there to help out. So, for the moment, Rage is in safe hands. But, okay. That was fortunate for Captain Hitmarker. He's going to find that trade late into it. Still 4v3 favoring Virginia.
Quick moving in towards an open B bomb site, so safe passage for Virginia Tech to get these numbers punched in. Rotates will arrive onto the scene, but there's a good 10 to 15, or 10 to 5 to 10 seconds, I should say, to get into good post plants, and they've gotten into them. One on the back of Silo. Great molly from K-Rod to continue to buy time here, but there you go. Equalize into their 3v3 now, and this is workable.
Good timing. Good trades as well. 2v2 now. Low health for one, full health the other. And there goes the low health, so it's all towards Prisoner. And this is a pretty good position. And he's found that frag. He's going to fall back as well. HE grenade just add insult to injury. Molly, no thanks. And it's all good. Here, the headshot. It was there in case it was even necessary. So, 11-4. 10-5 was the half last time. And Virginia Tech have simply done one better. Cole, this has just been one thing after another. Utica unable to find any sort of ways back in.
Yeah, and a rare quiet performance here from Rage. That's for sure the kicker, I think, overall. If he had stepped up a little bit more, I think that this could be a closer scoreline, but yeah, this sort of level just isn't necessarily cutting it to the full potential. It needs to be this round underway. And we're going to drop towards attack on the A bomb side. Nice opener, making it a double there, so there's something to be said. A T-side resurgence could be in the cards here.
Yeah, 2 opening frags, courtesy of Utica. 3v5. Big Hal getting a little bit going. But good for him. He's got a secondary frag. Now the push coming in here from Mini. And Rage is going ham on the mouse one. Whilst he's doing that, Utica getting the second kill of what was the final 2 players. Virginia Tech unable to do a whole lot in that pistol. So Utica once again give themselves a big advantage, but I again hate to reiterate that, well, Utica have won 2 out of the 3, or rather, excuse me, 2 out of the 4 pistols, so it's sort of, no, that's the 3rd, sorry. And they still have really not had a lot of success.
Yeah, really haven't been able to string too much momentum off of it. Now, this one should be a nice and easy collection of checks. Not a single one going down so far. Hello.
Howdy.
How terrifying is that for Derbs? He turns the corner, he's like, I'm safe here, I can reload. No, not quite. But quick anti-eco bash right there for Utica. They'll collect a nice bit of change before an investment comes through for Virginia Tech. There's not a lot of head armor on these players. Look at this. That could be a liability. A couple Mac 10s in play. Now it's been upgraded, though.
Oh.
And in fact, now it's all the AK. So smart decision, I guess, at the end of the day there from Virginia Tech.
I mean, I think more of a questionable one from Utica. I understand why they want to give themselves the best chance they can, but you got to play with what you got. And well, two Mac 10s that isn't the end of the world, and it gives you a bit of a cushion to buy into that next round. Now, for those Mac 10 players, your money is very, very poor. So, just as it's one of those things that I think, with more experience, you kind of gain that understanding inherently, and a less experienced team like this one is going to struggle to find that reasoning, at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough decision to be made. You could go for the save and potentially really just mess up your economy by losing, and right now, you could also mess up your economy by dropping this with the reinvestments coming through here. Nice little double peak coming through from Mini with Heaven as well. M16 just tapping away. Looked absolutely sharp in some of these kills as well, leaving it all into HT. So, I mean, either way, damned if you do, damned if you don't, considering you've lost a round. It probably wouldn't have been much different if you had Mac 10s either, right?
Well, I mean, I think the real elephant in the room here is where is that utility? They had tons of it, and they just didn't use any of it to cross over towards Secret. Instead, they took the tool, lost every single one, and you just can't take those risks, right? You look like a genius if you swing and you just one tap a guy, but you look like an absolute buffoon if you just don't use the smokes and you die.
Right. Definitely need to utilize the smokes in the outer yard. I mean, speaking of good utility usage, that's the case here for Virginia Tech. Molly's forced to run straight through, and that's just so much damage being done. A little pre-fire there from K-Rod, but only delivers a quick headshot. And I think they've seen... Oh my god, he's done damage to the wall. And down goes Big Al, leaving it all into Derbs. We'll get a bomb plant. That's quite nice. A little extra chunk of change, but I don't think it matters too much here. It's still a 1v4 to work with.
1v8. There's the first, but look, all so much damage done. And that's just not enough. Not enough for Utica. Derbs, once again, props to that guy who's been doing a good job just trying to get in there. Had some good moments, just not good enough in the long run. Is Virginia Tech to 13, 6 rounds only. Utica University. This has just not been a good game for them, and we're going to see another save. It's going to give over 14 to Virginia Tech, but that's okay. At this point, Utica just needs to get a gun round going and then win it.
Sure do. I mean, they won't have it in this one at least. The ramp rush and against an opera could be good signs, but it also could be terrifying. Captain hit marker hits the deck. M16 left to cover this ground, and he has found 2 quick kills. HE keeps him at bay for a little while longer, so now he's able to retreat in towards a more passive position. And well, that is kind of the been afforded to you, considering you've given yourself such a nice man advantage, and now a flawless one. A quick punish of the rush, and Virginia Tech moving closer and closer to that 16 mark.
And it's getting very close indeed. Remember, map 1, if you're just joining us, went 69 in the favor of Virginia Tech. And that was Utica's map pick. This one's Virginia Tech's, and it's been more dominant indeed. But this is Utica's chance. This is their last hurrah. And you're going to need to do well with it. Here we go.
We do have some outer yard smokes being thrown. Got both of them being hit. Seems to be a big gap in that. I'm not sure if that'll allow for safe passage. Yeah, this is tricky. There's one in secret. Zion knocks him down as they finally do the right thing. They throw those smokes, but they still take damage off the back of it. Rage, though, available for the equalizer. There's still Mr. Flux to move past. They know he's there. Off that molly been thrown. Do they push that smoke, though? That's a liability you cannot afford to do.
Yeah, that's a very deadly smoke, considering the fact that he could see the feet before anyone from Utica could see anything else. We're going to wait that smoke out and more. Or Utica. Whilst that's happening, some aggression in towards the lobby, giving away some additional info. That's M16 who's doing that. 45 seconds to work with. What do we have for Utica? Well, they ain't got nothing but rifles on their back. No smokes. I say that. Actually, I missed one smoke there on the single player, but only one, and that's not a lot to work with for post plant.
Well, the good news is here, I think that they've called a clear. This Rage just kind of gathered some of that ground here. K-Rod right beneath them, so he's going to cut off this rotate. And they will make their way in towards the site. They have to figure out this hut player. He's dropped the bomb 10 seconds left as well. You have to keep an eye on that. Rage just went towards the outer yard. There's a trade to be delivered. Now the last player on B. There's enough time to plant as well, so it's on to Mr. Flux in the 1v2. You might as well go for a round like this. He's going to adjust instead of going up the vents towards Secret. And it's not being watched. Mini, a bit of a gap, but this crossfire is so hard to deal with.
That it is. Time just been taken. And here comes the entry. Oh, big spot there by Mr. Flux. And now he knows it's good for the frag. The setup is good, but yes, that is the problem. Rage in a perfect position to trade. Virginia Tech, they are stopped. And Utica, they bought themselves some time and space to try and claw their way back in.
Absolutely phenomenal right there on the crossfire for Rage. Well, he isn't showing up fully in the frag potential. He does show up in the experience right there, just knowing exactly how to play that situation. Calling his teammates in to rotate towards that A bomb site as well. So really good signs from him. Maybe to resurge a little bit. Nice utility towards that outer yard. Again, though, this forward positioning coming through from the CT side. Something we didn't really see is a steady attempt to hold on to that outer yard control. And it's something that Virginia Tech are doing really well. Now, it gets punished. Rage able to find the opener. That's the big one. Oh, but it dink right back. A little low on HP. Still, you're holding on to that man advantage, though, and that's a good sign.
Certainly the right start. But in fairness, Utica have struggled to close rounds. And that is another step in the right direction. Only one there for M16. Wasn't the low HP player, though, so it's still possible in the 2v4. This post plan is brutal. Look at those positions. I think that Virginia Tech, I mean, they might not know, but they should be trying to save at this point.
Yeah, that's it for sure. You definitely hold on to these guns. No doubt about it. A nice round right there from Utica. You are seeing Rage step it up. 2 kills in this one. Derb's helping out, so some of those win conditions that you've seen over on Inferno looking pretty nice here on Nuke, but the question is it too little too late? That was the case on Inferno. We did see Utica make things a little more closer of an affair, but towards the tail end, you know, if you make one mistake, if you miss one smoke, if you miss one shot, it gives up the game, and then Virginia Tech is now on series point.
That's exactly right. You know, the room for error is minuscule. But this lead is becoming a bit shorter, a bit lacking. As Utica are able to get 1-2 rounds, a couple of them strung together, and in all honesty, Virginia Tech, this is a pretty darn good buy. I mean, they were poor, but they've lost a couple in a row, so they had a bit of extra loss bonus. They were able to save that rifle and in addition some extra cash. So they get the full guns and another opportunity to deny Utica. And all it takes, like you've been talking about, is just that one. Unfortunately, I think we've just dropped a player.
Ooh.
They're not dead. They're just not in the server.
Yeah, I see that. Bit unfortunate. But it is kind of nice that it isn't on Utica's side of things, because at least if you're Virginia Tech, you can work on those unfortunate circumstance, given the lead that you're working with, but making matters a little bit worse. V5 now, a quick trade delivered. Big Al able to make good on HT's sacrifice, and this is the closer. K-Rod probably off to a save, and again, getting kind of closer round by round towards a more competitive match, and you know, I won't say it just yet. Maybe when they hit double digits, I'll be more confident in it. But struggling to hit that 15 mark, and definitely 16 so far is Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there with you. I'm not ready to call this a, comeback, but I'm definitely on the lookout. Definitely ready to give it a chance, and that's what Utica are doing. Giving it a chance. That nice to try for
All right.
the Zeus, but I actually don't know where that went. I wish we had saw that from the VTU perspective, but nonetheless, the lost round's the lost round. It's 14-9. 5 rounds is that deficit, and it is falling very quickly. And you can see the adjustment here. Look at this. It's going to be the save. A P250, a couple of 5.7s by the look of it, and maybe a deagle. No deagle. I think just 5.7s.
They can get any damage done with this. Limited by, but right now I'm just liking that Utica are sticking to the game plan of throwing those early outer yard utility, maybe sending a player out there to take some fights. It's been a rage quite a bit. He has been winning them. So, I mean, sticking with a working, succeeding idea. And now they just have to string it together. They just have to keep things up. Can't afford any mistakes. Nice angle being cleared from Gerbs. Ooh, and another one. Really wise to find KO. Another K-Rod. And he just continues to tear through that defense. Quick and easy anti-eco.
You start playing Valorant there for a second, Cole? You playing KO?
You know, believe it or not, I have not played played the new character.
Oh, that's not even the most recent one anymore. You're behind the times.
Okay. yeah. I don't know where I got KO. I think I don't know.
K-Rod is where you got it, but I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh, okay. That makes much more sense.
Yeah. If you don't know, there's an agent in Valorant named KO. It's a robot. Nonetheless, back to the game of Counter-Strike. That's what we're playing right now. That's what Virginia Tech trying to close this one out. They've really let Utica get close on this one. And Zion has an op. We really haven't seen a ton of opping, have we, from this VTU side?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been necessary. Might be a reaction to the stringing of rounds that Utica have gathered. You could maybe see that, understand it. And I think that they're kind of falling into this trap. Oh, okay. No man's lane there for Durs, that's for sure. No getting out of that. Here's the op ready to strike. Saving his teammate's life there, potentially. M16. And Zion. Good for a couple of kills, and K-Rod not allowing for anyone to escape his grasp.
That was so well played, too. It was so silent. Getting in that position and on the crossback, not missing a singular bullet either. Nasty. But 2v5 now, and it is very much looking like this is going to be 15. And Malo kill just for good measure. Mr. Vlog's going to take that one with ease. So Virginia Tech on match point. Series point as well. And, well, Virginia Tech want this win bad. Remember, both these teams 0-3 of the season at the moment, and they want their main victory.
No doubt. The silver lining here for Utica is that they built themselves up a healthy economy so that they can reinvest. But now there is literally no room for error. One round lost, you're done, you're out. That's the series there in favor of Virginia Tech. A lot of utility being thrown out, but again, they're getting this position nice and forward. They've mollied off the smoke so that they're not able to cross, and oh, big gaps exploited. 2 openings, but Rage, he is fighting. He's kind of shown some of his full potential here as of recently in this comeback, and he is able to make things a little more even. But Bomb seems to be irrecoverable at the moment. Or at least that's what Rage thinks.
Well, he is able to find it. Oh, no. Going back for more Rage is so risky. Any sort of peek with the palm in hand is, terrifying. But ultimately, they get away with it. They're down here at the B side. Cinnamon to work with. It's a phenomenal off angle.
Oh.
I mean, it's hard to anticipate the guy sitting on top of the sinks, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way you're going to pre-fire that or have your crosshair anywhere near that headshot potential. And that was kind of what was necessary there because he was only on 30 HP for Big Al.
There's that setup working well. K-Rod on the site, and this might be it. Rage needs to ace to win it. He's got one, making a double kill, but he's not ready for Parisian on top. And it is game, set, match. Virginia Tech University picking up their maiden victory in the Eastern Conference. Unfortunately, Utica down and out. They're 0-4 in this season, but we talked about it, man. These are good teams. These are really good teams here, and it's hard to find any wins, and getting them where you can is definitely something you have to do.
Yeah, extremely difficult set of circumstances for both these teams. I think Virginia Tech, one of their losses is to Drexel, another one to Pitt. I think both these teams have lost to Pitt,
yeah.
and obviously those are some strong teams that you have to deal with in your side of things. So over in the East League, but overall, I mean, fantastic work from Virginia Tech. This was a win that they kind of needed to gather. I talked about them being favored there in the opening match in the experience department, and they showed it. They showed it every step of the way. It allowed for a little resurgence from Utica. Rage was figuring things out. They were utilizing some very cool out-of-yard plays that were punishing Virginia Tech for a short while. But again, like we had set up, there's just no room for error once you give up 14 rounds overall. And it was a big comeback. They dug themselves a little too deep of a hole.
Yeah, I mean, and the other kind of side of that, if we want to add on, is talking about mistakes. There was just a lot of them on Inferno in particular. Less so when we got to Nuke, and especially during the comeback. I think that it was actually Virginia Tech who were making the mistakes, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Well, it's with that being said, I do want to introduce here to someone very special. In 2015, Brenda was battling what she thought was just a cold, but it didn't get any better. She got to the point to where she couldn't breathe and was burning up. So she was taken to the hospital, and in total disbelief, she was diagnosed with AML. Brenda's treatment started immediately. It wasn't an easy road mentally. She was bullied for having cancer, lost friends, and started to see her family at its lowest. She barely went out and spent a lot of time indoors, and having found games on her computer as an outlet and clutching on to the friends that she still had stick with her, after time, she started streaming on Twitch, creating a place where everyone would be included and treated fairly, but also a place where she could help others. Since Brenda started doing her charity streams, she's raised over $2,500 and is a true LLS hero. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch player sacrifice, provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS hero of the game is going to be Zion from Virginia Tech University, and we have Zion coming in for an interview as shortly. I don't think we have him just yet, but this was his play of the match by a long way, Cole.
This was a tilting point for me because a 12-6 half, it's not, or 12-6 scoreline rather, it's not possible to come back from, right? Like this is very, very workable. But man, oh man, that ace was absolutely phenomenal. And we do have Zion on the camera with us here. Zion, how are you feeling after that victory?
Feeling good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's talk that ace. You heard some information. You heard the footsteps going back the other direction, and that was where you decided to take the opening. What were you thinking kind of in that moment?
Yeah, so they had been giving up banana really easily to us, basically zero resistance. So we had been taking that a lot early, so I really wanted to focus on putting pressure there. And then I heard that guy rotating through CT, and I heard another guy jumping around on site. And so, my instincts told me, well, that's probably the second B player leaving. So if I just walk through the smoke right now, I can probably catch him off, kill the second guy. And luckily I hit that second shot, and then, that was site open. And from there I was like, all right, I'm taking this. I'm taking my ace. Let's get it going, boys.
Yeah, well, you guys have had a bit of a rough start to the season. Let's just be real. 0-3 before today, but you had some tough opponents. Talk to me kind of how you guys have mentally been able to kind of go through those difficult opponents and get to a point today where you looked phenomenal.
Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, like you said, we faced some tough opponents. Drexel especially, we just kind of went into it like, well, we're going to do our best here, but, expectations are low. We've got a very new roster. A lot of these guys have never played in the team format before, so I'm doing a lot of teaching on terms of just like good positioning, good trading, just trying to get the fundamentals drilled into everybody, so that when we do play teams that are a little less experienced or teams similar to us, hopefully we can get that upper edge on them and just play the fundamentals well, so that we can take advantage of those moments.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, you being one of the more experienced players on your roster, how has that teaching experience been going so far? Have you seen a lot of improvement throughout this season, given some tough opposition? I imagine that you were able to learn a lot from like the Drexel matches of where holes and your trading and defaults were. So, I mean, how has the growing of experiences gone for you so far?
Yeah, that has been a great teacher. Thankfully, all the guys are really committed. We're playing in Open, and we're playing in CSL, and we're playing in Face a Collegiate League. So we've got lots of time to continue to improve. We do lots of demo reviews. They take feedback really well, and yeah, like you said, I've seen improvement in them almost immediately. In terms of their trading, making sure they're playing crossfires. Again, just getting those fundamentals down. I'm really proud of them, and just for tonight, especially. I personally didn't have a stellar performance, but they stepped up when they needed to, and really proud of them for that.
It's always fantastic to hear, that sort of story of, trying to improve over time and just working it and working with what you got. Before we let you go, Zion, anybody you want to shout out, say hello to?
Oh yeah. Shout out to anybody from Virginia Tech who's watching. Shout out to my former teammates from last semester who couldn't play anymore because of academic reasons. Simon, Gus, Fiji, Ben, and Connor from last year and years prior for teaching me everything I know. And shouts to my new teammates as well. Again, you guys killed it.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time, Zion, and congratulations on getting that first victory. I'm sure it feels fantastic.
It does, and thank you. Appreciate it.
And with that, our first matchup is out of the way, and we'll be headed into a second one relatively shortly. I think we're probably going to be there pretty fast, actually. It's going to be Central Michigan going up against Purdue, both undefeated, but we're going to have to take a moment in order to get that prepped and ready. So we'll be back in just a moment with match 2. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the NACE Starleague. We are one matchup into our two best of three series this evening, and that first one, I think it got a lot closer and it got a lot better than I think we had maybe anticipated. And this one, though, I feel like is among a similar vein. We got Central Michigan University coming up against Purdue. But I don't know. It's going to be a little bit different this time. We've seen both these teams quite a bit. Vincent alongside Cole once again. Cole, what are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, initially, I just don't think it's going to be all that easy for them to try and take down this Purdue roster. Central Michigan University, we've already seen a little bit of them last season. This is our kind of introductory match for them in this one. And so far, what I've seen from Purdue is that they're utilizing Consti's experience very, very effectively, which is a great sign to see. I mean, that's what's needed. That's what a lot of these collegiate teams are looking to do. They're looking to gather some of that experience from the higher levels, the premier players that have moved into the collegiate scene, and Purdue is definitely one of them. I think that in our last interview with some of the Purdue members, we got to hear a little bit about his experience, and specifically with the map of Ancient being brought in for this Purdue team. You can already tell that it's paying off.
Well, before we get too much further into that, I do have a question for you. Is right behind you, is that a Mavix gaming chair you have right there?
It is. It's a lovely Mavix gaming chair that was sent to me by them. And not only was it sent to me by them, I absolutely love it. I've got, a previous chair that I just can't even imagine that I was sitting on before. And again, it's great because they have this cool little feature that locks in the wheels. That's why I don't move around when I'm gaming and get very intense. You get to stay nice and still, especially with a puppy that I have who likes to attack me while I'm gaming. He keeps me nice and stable and in position there, as well as keeping me nice and cool with the ventilated system of the back, and alongside that, your butt as well. So make sure you hop onto the Mavix gaming chairs. I absolutely love mine. Use it all the time. Use it for these broadcasts, and it's fantastic. Couldn't suggest it enough.
Definitely get involved over there with the Mavix gaming chair. But yeah, I to kind of shift back our focus towards this matchup. Central Michigan, we casted these guys last semester, I believe, and I got a lot of respect for them. Right? They played a bunch of open seasons together. They made a bunch of playoffs, and they in fact moved up to intermediate as a squad. And so now they're playing, and they have a pretty good roster. Unfortunately, they've come up against a problem. That's Purdue University. Tell me why that is.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-0. Central Michigan University are 2-0, but the way that Purdue have been winning some of these matches is so very one-sided. They had some tough competition when we last watched them over on Purdue side of things. It was a very back-and-forth affair. They did end up coming out ahead over the likes of the Huskies. That was the match that we got to catch, and it was a very exciting one. I was hoping to get a competitive series out of that. Purdue winning that overall shows their depth and strength as a roster, and obviously it's helmed by Consti with the most experience, but it's not like he is the only heavy hitter on this team. You also have Elect right behind him, standing tall in so many situations, looking absolutely lights out coming into the season, and there's just more and more good signs here with this season from last for Purdue.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of tag team that a little bit more, Lect, I mean, this is a guy that has a lot of experience. He's playing in advanced right now with a very good lineup in Cyberstorm. Consti, you could argue a professional player at this point. Playing in just the tier 2 scene here in North America for one tap, and that's before you get into the rest of the roster, who by no means are slouches. So with those two at the helm, it's very difficult for me to make an argument against this Purdue University squad.
Yeah, I mean, me as well. Like you had said, the good signs here for Central Michigan University is that they're working hard as a unit, and that's going to be helpful for sure, but it's not like that's any different for Purdue. I don't know how much off-time practice this Purdue roster is putting in, but where that leaves off, it's kind of that experience in the higher echelons of Counter-Strike that this roster has that is going to pay off. It's a firepower that is going to help out and closing out this map. So, if Central Michigan University is looking to try and utilize some of that cohesion in the team unit and that long-term experience, how much will that matter up against the roster that Purdue is putting forward?
A good question, and even further, Purdue obviously have had a whole semester before this play together as well, so it's not like they're brand new. I mean, again, we've talked about CMU and where they have their strengths as well, but it would be different if it was just a random pug put together yesterday. That's not the case. But all that being said, let's go into the map picks bans here. Always a very big and important factor to take a look in. We'll see where we're headed, Cole.
Yeah, no surprise we see that first ban from Central Michigan University straight onto Ancient. Purdue picking into Vertigo, which also isn't too much of a surprise. Inferno for Central Michigan University, which is a map that they play quite a bit alongside Nuke, I believe, so far in this season of IM. So, seeing that banned out later on for Purdue as a secondary ban is probably a good sign. Getting rid of that, and then we finish things off on Mirage if necessary. I could see potentially Central Michigan gathering some double digits, making things close. It's hard to imagine they take a map off Purdue University in the best of scenarios here. I still feel like that firepower is going to shine through. But overall, yeah, I think that this is a good veto here. Central Michigan getting themselves a map that they can work with in Inferno. But again, that's just a map that Purdue are no slouches. And starting things off, though, Purdue, 5 bits of armor.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part about this Vertigo, selection, I don't think that we've seen. I don't think Central Michigan have played Vertigo like at all in league play. In the last 2 seasons. So it's difficult, but that's some nice shots. Very nice indeed. Main gonna be able to put 1 and 2 down before the trades come in. Pure Fate is looking for something, but it's actually tech to fall to X3, who is one of these more experienced players for Michigan. Now 2 versus 3. Shots fired against Pure Fate to take that first frag, and purely out of bullets, but Consti has the help, and now the crossfire setup. As soon as one player swings out, it's going to be the swing from the other, and ultimately Pure Fate wins that duel out.
Couldn't help but giggle a little bit about Consti just putting 7 bullets into the body right there of, I believe, Flash, but either way, closing that one out for Purdue. Nice and steady overall. I mean, that 2v3, it could have really quickly gone awry if Central Michigan were able to hit some quick shots, but not able to do that in the way they needed here. I like this control. Good bottom of ramp smoke to start things off, and you can see they're investing a bit of utility to try and gather some forward positioning. But for now, I like that Purdue just waiting out this early utility, boosting above the smoke, potential to do some damage here.
Eyes out for Hayon, by the way, here for Central Michigan. Best performing player currently in the IM season by a significant but not huge margin. Flash is the one to look for this, and it's let to fall. One of those heavy hitters we were talking about in the pregame for Purdue. So that's definitely a big one to find. Collecting a MAC-10. Not the best of weapons to utilize against the armor, but it is what it is. Entry in towards A site seems to be on the cards now, and this time the MAC-10 for Pure Fate does the job.
50 seconds to maneuver here. HE rolling on in. They find their entries. Oh, Pure Fate, what a touchdown. They get that one long range, and now a bit of desperation play set in. I mean, it started out so nice, and I thought that it was going to continue to be the case for Central Michigan, right? Because they have themselves a 4-man stack on that A bomb site after that early pickup, but it is only Flash that's able to step up for a couple of kills in this one. And Purdue able to close things out in the 4v5 anti-force.
Flash collected $900 extra though on the back of that. Not bad. About 300 for the 5-7 kill, 600 for the MAC-10 kill. So he's gonna get a deagle here along with the rest of his teammates, and may even have enough to pull a AWP out. Flash is the opper, but what an incredible shot that was from MX3.
What? Are you kidding me? That is disgusting. A little pre-fire. And now Tech watching from the sidelines here. And like you said, I mean, that is nice for Flash, though. He's able to gather up a few extra dollars here. He's going to be what I'd imagine is the opper here in CSL for this Central Michigan side of things. So him collecting a few extra dollars is a great sign. But Maine, not happy with one deagle shot, looking for more there. Gets forced off the aggression, though. And now taking care of Hero Fate and another double entry from him, and that's the A site clear. Only one to deal with. No, Justin swiftly does so.
Ethan the Pope gonna have to do some praying after that one, as he just gets entirely demolished without even a chance at taking a shot. Central Michigan, understandably, getting pretty much wrecked in these couple of rounds, but left the flash. And he'd like a couple extra bucks, but I don't think he's getting anywhere close. And he will not. Purdue 3-0 lead in the pistol. It's exactly what they wanted. Here we go. EWP or not for Flash? That's the question.
And there's our answer. We'll gather it. Now, he was playing early on towards B, and that's certainly an effective place to have and secondary op, in my opinion. But where you really want your primaries towards that A side, and that's a good sign. There you go.
There it is.
Just holding down this A ramp side of things. This is exactly where you want your upper. Oh, there's a lucky little box there that doesn't send one down. That was very close.
That shot's going to give him away. They know that he's here. Honestly, this is scary for Consti, but Consti, what a great lineup. I mean, it's a little dangerous to take that peek, sure, because you could just be insta-killed, but it's also a great answer back to find some openings.
Yeah.
5v4.
Peeking just before that smoke phased away, and I'm sure that Central Michigan thought they were safe. Nice pick up on the lurk of Justin, though. And that's going to be Hayon calling mid-clear. One less thing to worry about, one less headache to deal with. So it gets recycled here. Luck making sure to cover that flank. Grabbing the bomb, I believe, as well. And a movement back in towards A. It seems to be where Purdue look to finish things off at. They do have those left and right smokes they can throw on out as well. Where's the Smalley landing? Okay, towards side hall.
All right, here we go. Purdue's push is forthcoming. What a shot. I mean, there's Consti. I mean, we talked about in pregame. There's a reason why. So good at spotting these out. Bomb plant down, and it's a big disadvantage for Central Michigan as they're down by a player. Side hall now in for Consti as well, so it's going to be a multi-pronged defense of this plant.
Just no real way to get into this, is there? So many players to deal with, although that's a great start. Consti, though, on for the ace note. Gets himself a 4K there as Tech is able to find one in the mix. But either way, the heavy hitter here showing up. What does that put him at? Over on the KD department, 5-2 right now. The more impressive stat line, I believe that's 8-0 for Hero Fate. So he continues to have himself a flawless game. And like we have said before, yeah, Consti, he's going to be delivering rounds here and there like that. I mean, I believe over in the match that we last casted him, he had a huge 1v4 that pretty much won them Inferno. He's capable of doing that, but the supporting staff around it is also massively impactful.
I'm glad you pulled that up because you're absolutely right on the Hero Fate angle here. But a little bit of damage from Hayon down towards Justin, but it's really a wash considering Hayon took some tag too. Though the re-aggression much better for Justin than Hayon. Molly gonna go towards sandbags for Hero Fate, and we're playing that close left angle. So often you see, but really it's gonna be hard to get anything out of it unless you have sort of a bait and switch. But ultimately, this looks to be a B hit. Select finds entry, and the site fights.
Good trade from MX3. That'll drop an AK, but it won't be too much of a factor here. Oh, is that a silent jump up right there from left?
Yeah,
it seemed like they were unaware, but that was swift. That was a nice move from him. An even nicer reposition to hold down that last line. Even the Pope, no luck for you. Sorry. But what? That was so sick. The movement right there. I can't believe it didn't make a noise, but he was jumping.
Yeah, I certainly did hear a footstep. I mean, granted, audio, I've turned it down a little bit, so
right.
Maybe I'm not hearing things. Either way,
maybe.
Central Michigan certainly weren't either. Put it that way.
Right.
But another op here for Flash. He needs to get rolling with that thing if they want to find any sort of success. Remember, this is Purdue's pick. And, well, just to speak about Lect, who isn't necessarily having the greatest of games. Cyberstorm happened to love this map as well, so I know he's got all of the info and flashes, smokes, etc. on lockdown. So just another angle to think about.
The map pool here for Purdue's incredibly strong. There's so much punishable ability for them. We've seen that, well, sure, maybe Central Michigan still like to ban out Ancient in general. They're almost forced to ban it out against this Purdue roster, leaving them vulnerable to what is still a very strong Vertigo pick. Execution, utility rolling on out here for a B side. The whole entire site is mullied up. The only safe position in the back generator in the no man's land here. Hion's able to walk away with a kill, impressively so. But now it's an even trade here and into a 4v4. Things get only better for Purdue.
Everything falling apart for Central Michigan, but it's a 2v3, so this is winnable. Low HP as well. Ethan the Pope, he's manufactured themselves an entry. Justin, good for the frag, but he's traded. Speaking of trades, Tech has it. Purdue, that's the other thing that's so dangerous about this Purdue roster. Their fundamentals are incredible. And that comes from everyone having experience at a team level. Well, to be fair, that's part of the reason I think we just saw in our last game a big difference between Virginia Tech and Utica is that Utica don't have a lot of team experience. Purdue absolutely do, and so did Virginia Tech, and I think that we're seeing that continue here.
Nice shot there from Hion to put Consti down. Like to be able to operate behind him. He is able to find the trade. Site's being compromised here. Justin on the flank, and that should seal the deal. Like you were saying though, that experience is a huge factor. That's for sure. I mean, and we even saw it in our interview with Zion, where he was talking about his real goals this season and what they're working on is learning trading positions. Learning. Right. Better post plants, the fundamentals of Counter-Strike that you do learn later on down the line in League. Once you hit around that main experience, you get a couple seasons of CSL under your belt. But for teams that don't have that luxury, it can become a tough uphill climb, and we've seen it already. The execution factor, the spacing between these trades, it's just very difficult to deal with for Central Michigan, who lack the level of experience that Purdue's bringing to the table.
Yeah, and to even further that, it's not like Central Michigan are inexperienced. They actually are relatively experienced. Yeah. And even then, it's still a big factor. So it just kind of goes to show you the depth that there is in that sort of conversation. But, oh, poor Flash. Or rather, excuse me, Flash was able to find that. I thought we were flipped around for just a moment. Lect is there to fall. And he kind of walked right into that one, didn't he?
Well, see, I thought you were saying poor Flash because there was no Flash.
Oh, I see.
Onto Flash.
That's
right?
totally what I meant.
So, I was right there with you. I was thinking poor Flash. No doubt. But, I mean, Elect going down here early on doesn't mean the end of the round at all. Again, they have that supporting staff, and this is where Purdue could thrive here in these 4v5s. Even though you're down a man, you can still utilize some of that firepower you have under...
What do you mean?
That's what I'm talking about.
Poor Flash.
There's never around that. There you go. There you go. The story comes to a conclusion. Poor Flash.
I mean, Maine's just looking at the body like, dude, what just happened there? Oh, what anticipation.
Yeah, and you just got to be sweating on the rest of the roster right there. You're just terrified of what just happened to your teammate. You're like, I want nothing to do with that.
I think that's a bit of a missed molly right there inside halt. Consti already had that clear, but here's the push. Dodging those flashes. Here over the top. Consti with the frag, AWP in hand. Looking for more of the spam damage.
Oh.
In towards Justin's too good.
Might boost above the smoke, potentially here, but the smoke's already fading, so really what they're going to be met with is a shooting gallery of Consti's AWP, and the rest of the roster hanging right behind him. That's exactly what happens. The smoke fades away, but that might have been a curse in disguise right there for Central Michigan.
Purdue, they're knocking at the door. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home? What's going on? Central Michigan, they have just found no way into this game. Shut out at every single moment. I mean, and despite what a phenomenal opening Flash had, you know, picking up an AWP frag, making the most of it. Just getting entirely dispatched afterwards has got to be mentally frustrating. Speaking of Switch, MX3 gonna hit the deck after a nice shot from Consti over the top of that smoke.
Able to find a couple of those nice shots, hasn't he? And Flash not taken down. Lucky to walk away with his life at the end of the day. Probably take that one. Okay. I was about to say some great utility.
Would have been a good utility.
He was close. You know, it's a learning experience because now he knows to aim a little bit further down.
Yeah, released a little bit later as well, or earlier rather. This volley's gonna hit.
That's no man's land. Double inch right there from Tech. They were well prepared. I mean, playing anti-flash essentially for that re-aggression. And finally able to finish the job. His last here with Flash alive is hang on not for much longer. 9-0 and a swift dismissal of that ego.
By the way, Tech is one of the least experienced players in this roster for Purdue. But that's what I'm talking about. When Tech is your least experienced player, who, you know, does have quite a bit of experience as well, and is playing anti-flash, like, that's just it's just so good.
Yeah,
it's hard to
see that.
It's hard to kind of reiterate differently, but you know, as you're okay, all right, man. He's had a couple of those.
There goes B. Oh, and there goes another Lek double opener. I mean, Tech was doing it in the last round. You could just really point to any name here and just think, oh, he's just giving them a free bomb site.
I've noticed a bit of a pattern for Lek, by the way. MX3. Him and Main on these Deagles. I'll go back to my point in a second. They've been very good, no doubt in my mind. Picking up a kill here and there. I mean, the money for Purdue is phenomenal. It's 9-0, but still, you do like to see some of these shots connect every once in a while. But what I was saying about Lek, I've noticed a pattern. He's kind of like, he's so good over at the B site consistently. He consistently finds openings at the B site for some reason. Whether it be here for Purdue or on Cyberstorm in Advanced, I just see it all the time.
I mean, some good damage towards the talent here, but is that really what you were hoping for in this round? Everyone pretty much on max loss, or max money, I should say. Over on the
max loss too.
Yeah. Now, I mean, you bring up a good point, and it's an underrated factor on Vertigo, though. Having a player that can work B effectively is so important, because a lot of times this map gets called a go-A simulator. I think that's just as a result of underutilization of that B bomb site and people's lack of understanding of the execution factor that can come through with that. If you're able to gather consistent control of that ramp set of things and get some players behind it, get some mollies down on that B bomb site, it is very difficult to hold. And I think that Flash has come to understand that pretty quickly here.
3 ops, by the way.
That's a fine response with how things are going, I think.
I mean, yeah. Listen, nothing's working, so try something. I gotta say that's an understandable response for sure.
I mean, this is a good angle. Justin should be sure to... He does it again. He does it again. Pre-firing, setting that aim a little bit panicky for Hayon. Not able to find the kill, and there goes one of those ops dropped. And at least there's a here from MX3. Love this boost. Incredibly effective. Totally blindsiding Flash. One more around the corner here. Not able to be dealt with. Ethan the Pope stands sturdy. 2 more in the back of Jerry. Oh, everyone is. No matter with one shot wonder of Hayon. Turning the corner. Blinded up is Ethan the Pope. Oh, Hayon! The double up, triple up rather. Works wonders for the defense. And finally a first for Central Michigan.
Hey, it took getting a little lucky, but... I mean, if you're down by 10, I'll take a little luck to get on the board. Couple kills through smoke. I mean, good timing. Yes, there's definitely some skill in there, but certainly some fortunate timings to be found. You see any swap up? Looks like maybe a change of pace initially, but it's going to be a quick U-turn as the brakes are hit for Purdue.
Have this full control of ramp here now. Like I said, all they have to do is hold on to these positions. What you've done so far is you've completely manipulated a couple of over rotates at the moment towards this A side defense. Someone's gone down there. The MX3 here and making a double. As Consti has found himself a kill with the op here, holding down this line. They're just going to scale up in towards a free site. Liking down one of the oppers, and Hayon doesn't want to really repeat that. And so 5v3 retake with one player on light HP here. I don't even know if you really are interested in going for this main. Diving in and out though.
Purefit making this doable through the smoke too. Final frag to come shortly thereafter. It's good for one no-scope, but I mean, you can't fire that up fast enough. And bad news for Central Michigan, Cole. They reinvested the triple op. And it's, well, it was bad enough that they instantly lost the follow-up round after winning, but after reinvesting the triple op, now they're in an even worse financial situation, so it's... Okay. Justin, it just feels unfair if you're Hayon, but nice frag by Main on the backside of that, and Purefit was looking for the trade, but ultimately missed the shot, so they get away with the 1-for-1.
Justin's on fire tonight.
Anyway, what do you have
I didn't even see this. What? Tech, stop it. Not
Not
right
like
now. You're already destroyed them. That is a sick skin there from Curo Fate. Hold on a second. You see that Dragon Lord with the crown stickers?
I did see that.
What is that? That is absolutely
Didn't know the man was rich.
sick. Yeah, I didn't know you was like that.
Pretty impressive.
No kidding.
If you are not a Counter-Strike fan, I don't know what the current cost of that is, but you can't get it anymore, and it definitely is like 4,000.
The stonks on that are going up, that's for sure. No more cobblestone.
Nope, hadn't been for a while either.
Yeah.
How many times does Hayon have to go here just before it's just before he just gives up?
Been pretty good with the Deagle. Maybe that could be the saving grace. I think that was a big smoke. Unfortunate bounce off the pole. See, I've heard people believe. Oh wait, hold that thought. Flash able to leg him down, not falling prey to that angle twice. At least is a good sign. But I've heard people talk up this M249 on the CT side because it's like a one-shot headshot potential, so it's kind of nice in that sense. But on the T side,
I thought you can't
I'm
buy it.
I'm not buying it.
I thought you can't buy it on the
It's good
CT
to buy
side.
it on the CT side. Maybe the auto snipers. They have different ones on the autos.
Yeah, you're right. Either way, I mean, Tech is certainly doing well with it. Ain't no doubt about that.
For sure. Extra ammunition. Making a case for it. Okay, labor spray there. But he's able to finish the job. One more. Right around the corner here with the scout and an op. The snipers to hold on for another round. Oh, this flank though.
Nicely done, Purdue. Going to be able to clean up 13 in that round. I mean, this is what I was afraid of, Cole. I know. So you and I had a conversation before this game started about kind of what our expectations were, and you and I both kind of felt the same, that we were really worried that Central Michigan was going to struggle in this game. Okay, nice shot from Hayon. He finally has won against Justin, but I think our fears are founded based on this opening half.
Yeah, this was the worst case scenario. I was expecting it in the best case for them to get some double digits here. This is the map pick Purdue, so we still have Inferno to look forward to. But there are no slouches on that map either, so it's not like it's going to get too much easier. Execution in towards B, and they're dropping some numbers here. Dropping some of these opposition. The Indian 429 cannot do the job there. And so Curo Fate left last man standing.
Nice turn.
Yeah.
I mean, Hayon's had some good looks. I talked about him as the big player to watch, you know, and I think that's sort of been borne out. Unfortunately, 13-2. That's just not enough rounds on the CT side for this Vertigo map. But well, I'd say this is about damage control. What more can Central Michigan find? If they're able to pick up some rounds, great. If they're not, just GG go next. That's got to be the mindset.
Yeah, pretty on par with turning your sights in towards the next map. Now there's an interesting flank going on here. You got Leapt in the back line. Sorry, oh my God. Recovers in time. All right, calling B clear now as the execution in towards A was the real game plan here. It was all just a ruse for Flash to draw out attention, and that's a successful mission. The site now being planted in upon, a boost above the smoke, but at least they have themselves a post-plant situation to work off of.
Yeah, working from a deficit for sure, but not a done deal. Out. Here it comes. Here comes that push. Couple players here inside hall. Already one frag. Good at making a second for CMU as it's looking for more. Ethan the Pope can't do it, running out of bullets. And in fact, it's a huge win for Central Michigan. They don't lose but one player. They win all the gunfights. So, well, once again, Purdue, if we see a couple rounds, maybe a comeback possibility. I'm not saying it's there, but I am saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I think that Central Michigan have more to offer than this scoreline right now. So, Vertigo's a map that certainly requires a level of comfort that, if you don't play the map, you're probably not going to maintain. The A ramp control is a tricky beast to handle, and they certainly struggled with that. I mean, they was pretty much vacant the entire half, allowing for Purdue to work that side of the map. Now, on their T side, they can potentially do some damage. Now, that obviously comes with a caveat. This is probably going to be Purdue closing things out here soon. Like you said, if they can make things close and give themselves some confidence heading into Inferno, that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, the mental game is often untouched in Counter-Strike, but it's certainly a huge factor when you get down to it. So, lots of damage done to a lot of CTs. A little bit of tap in there from Consti, doing some damage again. Not gonna go down shortly. 5v5 retake, but it's again huge advantage to all the guns in the hands of CMU. When will this retake come forward? There's still flashes, so it's just a 3-2-1 run. Got a moment. There we go.
The pack unit moving any. Good for a double. They look to deliver some damage here on the tail end. Nothing else bounce. Okay, no, he's just crushed by the box. Overall, nice and cleanly closed out, coming through from the Central Michigan side of things. Now, I was wondering what exactly the plan was for that retake. I thought potentially they could wait until that bomb timer was far too past the defuse point, and they were all trying to huddle in that back right corner and try and find some kills. But they pulled the pin a little early. I would have thought that would have been what they were going for, considering how slow they played. Retake just enough. Nice little one-way smoke for him to work off of.
That's such a ridiculous confidence position for Justin, though.
Right.
I mean, that's a one and done in most scenarios, but Justin is betting on himself there. But fortunately for him, he haven't been pushed, and it's going to be a double kill in the entry for Central Michigan. Purdue fall apart in the opening stages of the first gun round. So if this can get closed, and we're on the road to recovery here for Central Michigan, maybe.
That is one round at a time, that's for sure. And this one was easily swept aside. Bomb's already making its way towards a free and open B bomb site, so take that one happily. Big shadow advantage there for Lek to work off of, so may not going to experience any luck. Look at that, high on good for a kill rate back in, so I think this is a pretty easy save call here for the Purdue side. Hope that you can utilize Cure of Fate and Lek in the next round with these hero rifles. And I think later on down the line, while yes, this can be a half that Central Michigan can take one step at a time. The grand scheme of things, once that loss bonus starts to stack up and you're up against constant force buys, an op presence over on ramp and good utility every round, it's going to be really hard to string things together against this Purdue side of things.
I'm right there with you, but I'll tell you what, I've seen some ridiculous comebacks on this map in particular. Nice kill at the back end there, limiting Purdue to just the one rifle. The back of Cure of Fate. So you know, finding Lect as well, you know, as the player to fall down, that's also not ideal for the Purdue University side of things. One of those heavy hitters dispatched. Speaking of which, Justin was not good for that spawn. He's gonna be made to take him out, and looking for more with this Deagle. Not doing just yet.
Not quite yet here. And we'll start to close in again. This open B bomb site here. Aeon, well timed with the little lurky action there. Dropping tech and denying that flash being set up to support his teammate with. And another one. Well done from Aeon again. I think the rest of this game could start to deliver them some confidence in terms of some individual ability there. But on top of that, with how clean these rounds look, Purdue, they really got to buckle down here soon. Not worried too much yet, but like you said, we're not at that 14 mark. We're not at that 15 mark. So Central Michigan, well, there's not much room for error. They can afford a couple of mistakes, but if they continue to clean things up like this.
Oh, nice movement.
Yeah, clean.
It doesn't ultimately connect all that much damage, but it really denies. I think the plan there was to get very fast and aggressive at B, no more, right? Now Central Michigan have to take a bit of a slower perspective on that. Rossi, though, going down to flash over here at A, and oh my goodness, a singular bullet in the chamber, and it's enough to fell Tech with one fell swoop, as it's going to be a hard look here for Purdue. Down again, 3v5. How many times? The second time in a row.
That is exactly right here. Another crisp, clean start for them. Flashbang setup here goes in now. It's well timed. Good to find the first. Throwing a molly in. It gets it down, yes. But he falls shortly after here. Justin's rotated in, but there's a lurker in the middle. Justin covering wisely so. Dropping him equalized now into the 3v3. And the issue is that MX3, Flash, they're both so low in HP. So if they try to execute in, a couple bullets will do the job here. They've made their move in towards back the A bomb site. Rotate's going to be heard here as they enter onto the ramp. So Purdue are going to be ready to meet this. And there's a molly still for Hero Fate.
Oh, that's nice. What an incredible equalizer this has been for Purdue to win out in such, or win those duels in such a manner.
Oh.
Spam damage. Hero Fate threw down a molly, even had the frag follow up to good. And now main MX3 need to find this round. Flashbang in. MX3 with an opportunity, but it's just a trade. So as long as Lect and Hero Fate can trade themselves out effectively, this is looking good, and it's going to be a full stick here for Lect. Swing around the corner is not even enough to dispatch with Lect on the defuse. So 14 for Purdue as they somehow win 3v5.
Yeah, big closer right there. A little bit of a gamble stack towards B as well, and it works out perfectly for them. Flashbang setup was good to disjoint that execution that Central Michigan were hoping to gather, and so finding their footing a little bit. Consti, I don't know if he got blocked or what, but that's not a supposed to miss too often, I feel like.
Lect.
That's disgusting.
I'm telling you, B is just his domain.
Every angle on lock.
T side, CT side, it don't matter.
What an adjustment right there. That is absolutely sick. That's a rare advantage that we haven't seen too often off angle. And now it's the reversal. 5v3 here for Purdue. And you imagine that this isn't going to go any better here. But Maine with a good position. Snuck his way out. Oh, no. It's found out. Black going to double down here. Expects more around the corner, but he's safe and sound for now.
Like I said, it's hard to sneak up on Lect when he's on the B site. There's a reposition from Lect. MX3 spots him out. Gonna use the molly maybe to clear things out. Tech down. MX3 on towards Lect has the frag, and even Hayon has found some success here. 2v2. Push coming forward. MX3 gonna get the bomb planted.
This is a great position. What a turnaround here from Central Michigan. I talked about that 5v3 being almost certain in Purdue's favor, but look at this. They're locked out from multiple smokes, unsure of where the opposition is. Full utility belt on Consti, though. That's the one silver lining. He has to get a smoke on that bomb and force him off with a couple of flashes here. Great post-plant position from MX3, who is in position to find multiple flashbang setups. Brilliant. The smoke goes on down to the bomb. Pure Fate maybe going for just a defuse here. Timing doesn't favor him, but he still finds the first here, taking limited HP as the damage here. Does he have the smoke spam? Hey on. Or is he getting it? No! He hasn't shot just yet, and he starts now, but it's a little too late. And Curo Fate wins it in the 1v2, even doing damage to Hayon before its way out, but Purdue steal away map point.
Yeah, just a bit of miscommunication there on the backside. Hayon, I think it was, just didn't know where the bomb was planted. I think that's the reality, and was unable therefore to line it up, find the frags, and it's just an unfortunate situation. Now, I mean, I guess the bottom line though is that you're probably going to lose this map anyway if you're Central Michigan. So maybe that doesn't feel so bad, but they're still hitting shots. MX3, Ethan the Pope, both with openers. And I gotta say, this A ramp setup from Purdue has been pretty poor. They just continually get felled by these opening picks.
There you go. They stay afloat. Nicely done. Again, Central Michigan, they have a little bit left to stay on. This one. I don't think there'll be any smoke diffuses here for Elect, unfortunately. In the same way Curo Fate was able to sneak one past him. Oh, might have been hurt here. Jump will sound to be given, doesn't matter. He's able to find multiples. You don't want to give him up too much. No, no, no. Okay, that bomb is too far gone, right? He has to make his way all the way up the ramp. He doesn't have a kit as well. So all is okay. As it is a little bit expensive, it's not to worry about the round going awry there. They solidify it, but yeah, that's a great way to exit. Elect, dropping 3.
See, Hayon nearly went B there, and then thought better of it.
Smart.
Realize.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay,
Does
well,
he get all 5?
oh, he just survives. He nearly did too. 4 exit frags for Lek. That's talk about a stat padding toward a round. That's what he's looking for. But still an 8-round deficit, Central Michigan. But this time Purdue in the, well, I call this a forced buy, but Lect has no money really, and it's very poor for Justin too. So I don't know if they're gonna have enough money to buy into the next round either.
Nice off angle. Ooh, it's been spotted though. Jumping up there. Shows a little bit of shoulder there in Consi. We'll be able to adjust prematurely. How is like gotten here? Push through mid. That's the bomb dropped, and Ethan the Pope able to find one. But how much does this matter? You can gather all the A control you want. There's one critical missing factor there, and that is the bomb.
Like pushed straight through B. That's what happened.
That makes sense.
Oh, big miss there from Consti. Probably could have or should have rather found one, but he instead falls the double swing. But Lect has the bomb, and that's the biggest problem. I mean, he found 4 in the last round, and he's got 2 already. Things are looking a bit rough here for Central Michigan. Lect is fallen. He has help. The AK in hand. Justin dodging the flash. 2v1. Where's Curo Fate? He's in Narnia right now. Needs to come help out Justin.
Might not need help though. Justin lands the headshot and finishes the job. 16-7 there. It was a little bit of a resurgence to be said for Central Michigan, and they did make the scoreline more worthy of what this roster is capable of doing. But overall, Purdue coming out the gates, firing on all cylinders is almost to be expected here. And their map pick. Now, maybe we can see more damage being done in map number 2. I wonder if that will be the case.
Certainly could be. I mean, Inferno is where we'll be headed next, and that map definitely some more opportunities. I will also say that, I mean, Purdue kind of dropped the ball there on the backside of things just a little bit, considering they were, I mean, it was like 10-0 at one point or something. So that being said, you know, fair enough. Central Michigan, they make their way back into the game. They do a good job of finding some of these frags. Do a good job of finding some of these rounds, and hopefully, like you said, they can do more on Inferno, but we're going to give them some time to rethink, reevaluate, and refresh themselves before we head towards that map number 2. We're going to head to a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, welcome back. We have map number 1 done and dusted here in our second series of the day. Vincent alongside Exner or Cole. And, well, map number 1 was a blowout initially, and then it got a little closer when we got towards the end of things. So map number 2, maybe we're in for something different or a little bit more of the same. But before we get too far into that, I do want to tell you a little bit about Medify. They're an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world, as well as get one-on-one coaching from elite coaches across basically any game you want. The reality is, I looked on there, and pretty much any game I could think of off the top of my head, there was coaches that were ready to help you out. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, use code CSL15 for 15% off on Medify.gg. You can book sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time, or even upload past gameplay and get expert level analysis from those top players. Medify also provides custom support for collegiate programs. So if you're watching and you have a collegiate program that you're thinking, oh, we could totally use some top quality coaches and one-on-one coaching, for some of these lineups and maps like Vertigo, where it's very, very difficult to get good at, well, head over to Medify.gg, type in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and get started right now. Once again, CSL15 is the promo code, but we're already into things, Cole. Tell me a little bit about what you're expecting for Inferno.
Yeah, so on Inferno, I'm expecting Purdue to get off to a pretty hot start on their CT side. Now, they did look a little bit lacking on Vertigo, a little bit of a struggle to close things out, but, I think that was more so Central Michigan finding some nice shots and hitting some strides there a little late into the match here. Interesting round going on right now. 2 apartments here going to be met with Ethan the Pope not hitting the headshot. Going to be the death of Lacted. Oh my god, he hits a double. That's going to be A. Just moving in upon Ion, still waiting for the suppression down Banana. And again, these struggling shots just not coming through. I love that they just utilize that smoke to really solidify their passage in towards that A-bomb site. And there you go. This 5v2. I almost give them 0% chance of winning this one. You almost never win an A-side retake and a man disadvantage. And this is 3 of them.
If there is a round that you do, it's pistol, but yeah, it's tough for sure. Justin really struggling, but eventually finding one player. Here is the final attempt, and it's dispatched down there. Second frag of the round. And Central Michigan, T-side start and a pistol round win. That's exactly what they needed. The thing is, we've seen so many bad T halves on Inferno this collegiate season, I feel like already. And getting a T-side pistol win is just so phenomenal.
I feel like this map's getting hard for teams to figure out on the CT set. I'll hold that thought here. Rushing through second mid is coming through. Evened out with the trade so far. It's mission accomplished overall. I hope they continue to do so. But this flank from Flash is good for a kill to really shut down some of this aggression coming through. But not found out. Flash will be able to recover that AK as well. And all is well for the Central Michigan side of things, who don't drop too many guns on that USP buy.
USP buy is straight into... Oh, boy.
Oh,
Look at what Tech has in his hands. Ridiculous. I need a Tech cam all around is what I want.
I just want to see where he goes in niche. He's on A. What's going on? I'm not a believer in the A side hold of the Negev. B, Fountain, you got me. I'm sold.
I know.
I haven't seen this before.
We've been convinced over time that Negev hold, it's ridiculous. But honestly, look at where he's at. He's on top Belk. So you say you're not convinced. I think I could be made into a little bit of a believer if things were to go rightly. 2 kits available here, Cura Fate and Tech, 1 on each side. And about a minute into this round, there's literally nothing found. Now, swing coming through, Lek with 1 before it makes 3 good for the trade.
Still have to figure out Lek, though, and I think for Lek's side of things, you have to figure out a way to get out of here. Molly's going to help out there, constantly throwing that one down. Force the issue. It makes 3. Oh, but he converts. Not a second, though. Quick trade delivered from Consti, so they maintain a 3v3. And again, they still have 1 to deal with the Negev.
There we go.
Well, he's going to be tested. And he's going to rev it up. 1 kill in. He hits a second. All right. Make me eat my words. Tech, he finds 2. And It's just Flash. He has an op. What did he do here in the 1v3? Off angle held from Consti in the back line, though.
Negev go burr.
That's what he says.
I'm crossing my memes there. But nonetheless, it is a fantastic thing to watch. Tech going hard with the Negev. But Consti AWP in hand now. And Central Michigan, that's a little bit worrying. They had that one gun round, and they've instantly been forced onto the safe. So there wasn't residual cash enough for them to even get a bonus round.
Bit unfortunate.
Woo!
What are these deagle shots from Maine?
The pre-fire too.
Real. He hears one trying to escape with the gun retrieval. He's able to grab that deagle. Hang on, they're inside the flames, but he will go down. But the op has been recovered, so MX3 can utilize it inside of the flames. He will catch another HE, burns him down. All the utility showing up, but again, they're gonna play weapon toss around here. So now it's Flash's turn to wield the op, and we know he likes to do that quite a bit. Those two B players are down low as well, so those pistols can do them in with one bullet.
V4. Two players still committed to A for the CT side of Purdue. So it's 2-2 split, A and B. Gonna be a straight up B hit though. That smoke a little late. I say late, excuse me. More aptly a little bit off. But it doesn't really create the opportunity for CMU to go in. Like he spotted one out, and it's almost as if that little bit of a gap, it baited him in. It's so frustrating, and Lect. Good for the frag. Last two players are here, ready and waiting, but 20 seconds remain. Not a lot of time, and Lect swings! Able to find one more before he's dispatched. It's Maine who does the fragging. Second kill for him on that deagle, but still, no plant, and Purdue keep 3 alive.
Just stunning with the Deeg, man. Just stunning. With some of the shots that he was able to hit. Absolutely sick from him. And a decision to be made. I think he was trying to decide if he wanted an op. T-side Inferno, I feel like that's not the most influential of weaponry to bring out.
I mean, even think the best oppers in the world, they struggle with the op T-side. I can think of only, in the history of Counter-Strike 2. And that's Guardian and Kenny S, who consistently were able to find success.
Get him with the fast footwork right there to defend the B side. Assembling the boost quickly and knocking 2 pins down over in Banana. That's 2 quick headshots and an immediate 5v3. I don't think these will go wrong. You almost saw it go wrong there, but Cure of Fate over on Vertigo saved the day in that sense, so.
In Vertigo?
Dealing. Ooh. Moving up Banana. They have a flash for this, though.
Oh, but they flash first. Holding the nerve. Purdue, and it's Cure of Fate with 2. As they double down, find frags aplenty. Purdue, so good.
Yeah, that's just flawless. Justin to finish the job right there and taking the lead right back with a clean victory. That is fantastic work. Now, hold on to that Negev there. I don't think Tech has gotten too much action with it. His 2 kills are with the gun in a prior round. But since then, he hasn't been tested. So, I mean, that not only shows that Central Michigan, they haven't been pressing the issue too much towards A. Ego peeking towards second. No, there's flashes for this one. No secondary flash coming through, but not needed. He just continues to take the dual 90 and turn around. Oh, okay, that is not expecting another flash. Able to find a quick headshot off that gun recovery. There's still 2 players here to deal with, though. That's the worrying sign.
They have
you have the Negev firing over in the top of the balcony. How much can he get away with it? Not too much. Ethan the Pope eventually able to shut him down. Looks like you want to be on site already. That's Cure of Fate finishing that job, but not too bad on the damage department from Central Michigan, who made things scary.
Yeah, they did. I'm a little concerned at the fact that Justin didn't hear the players running him down through apartments. That is not the quietest of footsteps in that area, but he didn't, and he gets taken out. And then that was the opening that CMU were able to take advantage of. Speaking of advantageous positions, Consti taking advantage of a wild swing from main. And here we go. More. Boost, the boost. Oh, but MX3 with the pre-fire. Justin no more. And Tech, he's bought it back again. He's a bad man.
No kidding. Absolutely absurd. M249. This time he's made a slight adjustment on his defense.
That's a lot more expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, we've heard arguments on the CT side for those guns. You know, the one-shot headshot, but that spray, it is not easy to control. You got to be a master of the recoil. I think this position from Kuro Fade even has a smoke to further delay, so as soon as he takes any point of contact, I imagine he's going to get that one down now. Consti's joined in this B-side defense, and he'll just hold off from CT. And again, they still have that smoke as well. Oh.
Don't dry swing Consti like that. He does. I mean, he doesn't miss shots when you don't give him at least a flash to deal with.
No doubt. Now Luck trying to buy some time in the defense. No way he goes through that smoke. That was not to be expected from MX3. Hardly blame him for not expecting that. And now the flash set up for the M249 and Pit. That's a lot of bullets to send straight through the hay bales. But okay, yep, silenced. Nicely done from Hayon to punish the braziness of the purchase. And there you go, close things out. Now, all you hear in the comms is Tech saying, pick up my M249, pick up my M249. But no. They hold on to the AKs instead of wisely so.
Yeah. You gotta expect
It's
that.
an auto shotty.
I love Tech.
Me
Tech
too.
is just, he's having a good time. He's enjoying the game. And you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. But dude, these pistols! MX3 this time! The whiff shot from Consti means this is gonna be a little bit more difficult. That second shot not whiffing. He's looking the wrong direction. Oh. Moving out of the line of fire just at the right moment for MX3 to whip the shot. Flash. Tech 9, Rec 9 more like. As the spray control for Kurofate, though, is so good. Man, Kurofate, I just gotta say, his consistency is always impressive to me.
I mean, that spray was really concise. There was not much of a line that he had to really have any error there, and he just lands so much. Now, Fonzie's giving himself an angle where he can take a shot, fall off, and he doesn't even need to, as he nails the first, and MX3 falls. That's 6 in a row now for Purdue. Can't really afford to have this sort of T-side against Purdue, and you've seen what happens when you dig yourself too deep of a hole, right? This Vertigo was extremely one-sided for the first half. You're getting that same sort of experience now, plus a pistol round win. You need to get some gun rounds here soon. This is so aggressive from Justin. That Molly's going to really struggle to allow for vision for Flash to take him down as well. But he's holding here.
Oh, and he might be. Aeon, not looking the right way is Justin. That's a bit brutal. Tech, though, good for it. Hey, he's got a rifle. What happened here? He's upgraded. Lect, on the other hand, dodging flashes like there's no tomorrow. He could find one more, but he wants it, and he's found it. Are they going to be prepared for that second player sitting in this position, though? It's so hard to anticipate, I think, after you've killed 2 players already. Flash, he's going to clear it. Great job.
Hero Fate, he'll go to sleep here onto the B bomb site, and that'll be taken successfully. Only one really to offer up a defense. Actually, no, they brought both players here around. And a lot of spam through the smoke, no kills. Bogdan's Law in play. This is a nice move. This little beam watch, though. Nicely done. Great reaction there. Great hold from Flash, and it does go 1-for-1, dropping that bomb. Sure. But it leaves Consti in a 1v2 retake with only an op to handle and position revealed as well. So both players are turning their attention. 1 kill in. X3 has to hold the line. 1 HP. Good thing he had that op given to him earlier on. Able to shut down Consti's hopes of clutching that one out.
You might have missed it if you weren't watching carefully, but Consti actually got a kill there onto Flash. was only MX3 able to find it because it was swinging into 2 players. I think Consti, if there's anyone you ever won in that 1v2 scenario, it's him. But into a double swing, hard to match. Back to business, though. Central Michigan are in with a really strong purchase off that win. They need to string rounds together. That's the big key. This could be their way back into this game, though.
Sure could win in a gun round of that potential. Nice little lineup. Trying to get some spam. Gets anyone right on that corner there. I ended up with that wall that's above him. Always good for a nice little MM pick. Make sure you write that one down. But moving back in towards this B side, there is a lot of CT presence here. They're going to need some good utility usage. Arch Smoke's going to be solid. But playing Dodge Flash here is stacked. First shot rolls on off, and with constantly hitting it, the collapse is just too strong. There's no way past it. Not without any sort of molly. Not without, you know, a couple more flashes to help out there. And a brilliant hold of the bracket side coming through from Purdue.
Yeah. What I mean, that's just such a strong setup, especially with the anti-flash position. Lect is waiting on the site. Flash, the final player left alive, and speaking of a flash, that helped. Swinging back into Lect, and Lect. Good for the frag. Huge round going Purdue's way to deny Central Michigan any sort of consistent buying and consistent winning to the T side. Flash has money, but everybody else is broke. So Central Michigan gonna have to go for the Doigle round. To be fair, though, these things have been ridiculously good for Central Michigan.
Yeah. No, I'm not worried at all that they can do some damage here for sure. Consti, though, looking to deny that main falls. There you go.
See?
A little bit of a labored shot there from Justin. Sticks him around for a little too long. That's going to recover there. Oh, no, he hasn't grabbed it.
It looked like he did.
Yeah, it looked like he had some real intent there. He was spamming E on the keyboard. I don't know where exactly that gun was, but not in his hands.
Sometimes you got T-Rex arms, and sometimes you're a freaking monkey arm
Alien
individual.
Slenderman.
Yeah, just with the longest of fingers. This time
That's the way it
T-Rex engaged, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunate. But again, like we said, the Deagles can always do some damage here. Now, main has been dropped, and Mix3's been hitting some nice shots, but Hayon can step up there. Those two have fallen. Nope, not anymore. Consti. Able to clothesline him. It has to feel good as well. When a Deagle's speaking into you after, what was it, that third round where main just refires him in the most ridiculous fashion, you finally besting those Deagles is like a huge sigh of relief here. Now, Curafate is the only B defender. If he goes down there, that's a bomb plant.
You were saying?
Okay.
Poor Lect. It's Lect this time to fall. It was his Consti before, but Consti just took a shot uncharacteristically. You're going to hit the follow-up, though. And I was going to say about Consti, you know, having an Opera that has the reaction time to hit that shot off the back of a slightly wide jitter peak, it's very impressive, right? And against a team that isn't really used to playing against an Opera that good, it can be really hard to adjust in real time, because the margin for a safe peak is so small comparatively.
Yeah, you just can't simply get away with the same sort of stuff you do up against, your typical collegiate team without that level of experience on it. You're exactly right. We've seen some of those, tripwire shots hit pretty consistently. Let's tech lining up here. A little flashbang action into apartments later on. That'll be information gathered. No kill off the back of it, but, you call apartments clear.
I thought he was just, inspecting the gun and being impressed with the art.
I mean, it was a very pretty sticker work done. Flashbang coming through. Main, though, nicely timed on the peak. He's able to catch that flashbang setup that was put forward from Lek just a little bit early, and so Curafate drops. And it leads to a more committal towards this A-hole. But no, actually, how do they even know this? How are they rotating off of this site? One pick in, and they just gamble towards A.
I don't know what read they have, but it's ridiculous. Ethan can't quite find that player up on balcony. Ultimately, Tech does fall after the fact, and it's Main who's waiting for the rotation. It's only Consti alive. And Consti, I mean, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ultimately, it will be the rotation out from Banana, so Consti's a bit more safe than he's aware of, but still, he has to save. No question in that. And, well, I think Central Michigan shouldn't be trying to find anything else here. They really don't have the money to do any hunting.
For sure. You win a round and you win it cleanly. That's a big deal. 4 alive. Nice work there from likes of Maine. I mean, finding a double entry, or I guess a double kill more so, but one of those being an entry on the lurk is largely impactful. Now, still, it was a weird round with Purdue kind of gambling over towards that A lean, but certainly lacking defenses after Maine was able to tear through them, even lacking in the rotators as he continued to be a nuisance despite that A take coming through. So nice work from him. But you need to string it together if you want to break that economy and gather some T rounds here.
Absolutely. There's that T-side up we were talking about, the rarity of it, but hey, it works, it works. It's not found anything yet, though. But still, banana control being attempted initially by the CTs of Purdue. Flashbang going to go out, and they're going for this stack play that they've done a couple of times already. Been limited on the success, but okay. Ethan, good for the double entry. Make it a triple entry. Headshot as well. And Purdue, they are back to saving, it would seem.
There you go. I mean, one missed stop shot there from Consti. You could see the effect, the movement from Ethan's a Pope, man. Triple kill on his back, and so is the team right now. He's been having a lot of effective openers so far and really putting Purdue in bad situations here. Now, this is another really clean round. This one could be with all 5 alive. They look to be interested in a bit of hunting, but they're doing it the correct way here.
Okay. The idea was correct.
Yes. Yeah, right. They had the right idea. Flashing up banana, making sure that no one goes down at least for free here. They're going to make them work if they want to get these exit kills. They're closing in.
Well, speaking of exit kills, like that's one, but only one. And everyone else goes down. Central Michigan only losing a single player. Getting both those frags on the back end. That's pretty darn solid. 2,400 loss bonus for Purdue is not enough. Not in the slightest. We're going to see an eco round here as we prepare for the end of the half. Not sure. Okay, I was going to say what happened there, but Flash picks it up. But okay, Mag 7.
Might not be the round decider, though. Let's see. Not going to happen.
You miss all the
No
shots
way.
you don't take. What do you mean, Cole?
Oh, I love that quote, but he didn't miss it technically. He actually nailed it. Just 12 damage isn't quite enough damage to really put a hurting on anyone in Central Michigan. Now they close in. Maybe the Max 7s can find a little more something there. Peeking around the corner there. Tech will drop. So no luck for him in the Mag 7. He did have a bit of fortune, but I'll have to save the AK. Wise decision there from Cure of Fate. And there you go. This could be an 8-7 half here, and that's very comforting given that this is Purdue's map pick and that CT set should look a little more cleaned up.
How patient Lect is going to be here. Because I can imagine a world where he just waits and then goes out in the last moment to try and like that. Unfortunately.
Oh, next he's going to die.
Yeah, he is. Not enough, and it was good. Lect waited the right amount of time. He made the play, and he found an additional bit of damage off the back of it. Even though the frag doesn't go to him, it's definitely his doing.
No doubt. The Doja Mag 7.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, God.
Make sure to retrieve that bomb, though. Gotta get that. A lot of utility being thrown out here, but fast scaling. MX3 spotted, though. That angle still walking away with that kill and elect. Fantastic work and another strong start. How often have we seen these recently from Central Michigan?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of like being so aggressive so consistently over there at Banana. It feels like it's been very one-dimensional, this Banana hold for Purdue, and I don't think it's because they don't have another, or, you know, another idea or other gears to go into. I just think it's a little lazy, and it's been punished.
Yeah, I mean, and a good punishment as well. Now, I mean, Central Michigan, they've worked these positions nicely before. Only one A player to deal with here, and it seems like Bomb is heading that direction now. You will see Justin join him in this rotate. Good sign, but again, it's always going to be a lacking defense no matter what way you put it. Flashbang will reveal Constancy's position with the AWP. Smoke? I don't know how much team loves. 3 fires for main. He's got those down to a T, man. And he opens things up again. Onto the A bomb site now. Movement in towards B quick. And they've all rotated out of the site. No man's land there. Could be a trade from Justin, who's able to answer back, but only good for 2, and that's just not enough. And on the meantime, main will take down Constancy on the other side of the map. So 8-7 is how we close things out with 4 in a row from Central Michigan.
This is much more the Central Michigan that I think I was hoping for. You know, this is what we potentially could have seen on Vertigo, but simply did not. So, nonetheless, we get into things here, and second half, excuse me, pistol round. Where do we go from there? An initial attempt there to get some information from Hound, but nothing found out just yet, and it looks like bracket controls on the cards for Purdue.
They're going to take brackets control. They already got a motive smoke down here. Not committed to this. Instead, they're going to walk in towards MX3, nailing that first shot. Pinning Lek to the wall here. The peek coming through from Tech shortly after is good for a kill. One more to deal with here, and revealing the position with 3 HP. Main has to do a lot of the heavy lifting as his teammates have gone down. Now it is just Main. He's good for a second. Can he make it anymore? He's able to get around the corner, staying alive here for now, but no, found out eventually. But bomb has been dropped here, recovered, but just in time for Flash to step up to the plate. And now Flash being flashed off the angle here. Tech going to readjust, clearing out Banana. A's fully clear, and is he really going to make this play? No way. He goes back towards the A-bomb site, but it's the perfect read. And making this into a workable 1v2, but not an easy one whatsoever. Is he going to flank?
Oh, that's a call in half if he does.
Around the world? I cannot believe this.
So, Tim, you're going to find out, or at least get an inkling that something's wrong in a minute. And you can see Flash is already looking behind him just for a moment, thinking, okay, what's going on? And yeah, he's ready.
He spotted the second.
He does, and he's going to run back. What a play. He's created a 1v1. Oh, my goodness. Tech with some big brain maneuvers right this moment. He's planted what a... This guy's... He's got no fear whatsoever, and he's going to play inside the staircase here. It's such a hard position to anticipate on a 1v1 as well. Pit so common, and so is the site.
Well, and Ethan, if he spots out this bomb plant position, he's going to think he's in library, that's for sure.
100%.
When he finally realized, oh, he's going to check it.
Oh, no!
Goodbye! Ethan, does he have enough time? That bomb's ticked down pretty low. And I think he's committed to it.
I think he should have it. I mean...
He's got it. Safe. Oh, what a saving grace right there from Ethan the Pope, clearing it out. I thought for sure once he saw that bomb plant, he was like, oh, that's for library. That's where he has to be. But so smart to make sure he does that last box being checked, that last little angle that he could possibly be in. You know, is he in graveyard? It cleared out pit, cleared out big pit, everything being checked. But that was the only position that he didn't, and he is able to grab that victory. What a round.
Very impressive. That's for sure. What more can Central Michigan find now? They've tied the game. First lead of the series? Other than the pistol, I think. Yeah. They had those first 2 rounds of this game, and that was it. So, this one, a little easier. But the force buy is working brilliantly for Purdue. I mean, this is the rough part of playing against a team that just got a bomb plant. They have better guns than you do, despite you winning the round. Valve, please fix.
Yeah, it's just never fun, is it? Just
It's not fair.
kind of the unfortunate circumstance of allowing a bomb plane. It's still like I almost consider it a victory at this point for a D side once they punch in those numbers, because it's so often the case that, like you said, that buy is good, and that specifically is like the worst case scenario if you drop 4 players as well. So definitely a rough position here. No surprise that we see a resurgence in the next from Purdue. I will say it was a bit of a disjointed defense offered up coming through from Central Michigan. It seemed like they weren't really sure where they wanted to position themselves, whether it was aggressively or passively, and they kind of decided for both. And you know, 2 kills in towards brackets, 1 sitting alone in pit. Not exactly what you're hoping for.
Not at all. And losing that second round, definitely not what you're hoping for either. Saved some MP9s, yes, but I don't know. This is even harder. MP9s, 1 Doigle, 1 FAMAS. The main has that Deagle, so I mean, keep your eyes peeled for any headshots coming from him.
Oh, for sure. Those are never out of the realm of possibility. Well-timed smoke there from the likes of Central Michigan, though. Throwing that one down and keeping early B play at bay, especially considering there is only Hayon positioned there. Gonna move up brackets, though, slowly but surely. They are moving in towards main Steagle. That could be a scary prospect. Nice smoke from the balcony as well. It shows that maybe there's one in Big Pit, but in reality, no one there. Instead, they got that balcony crossfire with the sight position. They're going to walk in towards main, though.
I love that smoke. It just creates so many question marks. And, well, it also really baits players into playing that little off angle, and it's so easy to find. That said, Flash good for a frag on the MP9. 4v4. Bracket entirely gained, but as MP9s are working wonders. Trades back and forth. Low HP for a couple of these TTs, though. Not Flash, though. On the site, got the frag, not the follow-up. And it's another 2v2. Consti and Justin, though, they are huge firepower against Hayon and co. But Hayon already has that singular kill. It's all going to be Consti. HE grenade. Going to do damage. Down by 40 health HP, and the 1v1 for Hayon's good.
I cannot believe Flash goes for, or rather, I believe it was Justin. Either way, someone went for a reposition.
Justin,
It was
here's Justin.
Justin. Did you see him try to dive in through
Yeah.
the big pit? He has 1 HP. And I guess maybe they thought that line was being covered, but either way, that is a big giveaway right there. You can't afford to make those mistakes.
Well,
And 2v2s like that.
and talk of experience, that's the. I mean, Purdue's experience should tell Justin that. I mean, he's a very experienced player, and to make that sort of mistake is not normal.
No doubt. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of angles, a lot of headshot angles you can even take from that sort of position. Either way, Central Michigan staying afloat, keeping things nice and tied up with a big 2v2, and that A bomb site never an easy one to retake. But again, this early control given over to Purdue could be a liability for them. They concede all of Banana, all of Carr. And on that B side of things, there's a bit of utility to work off of. A couple mollies and smoke still. But as those start to fade away, they're going to struggle here, that's for sure. They're scaling up as well, so they could just explode through this smoke.
They could, and scaling up fast would be perfect for the weaponry that they've got on board. Tech 9 Mac 10s, 2 AKs on the backside for Lecton Consti. And here we go. Mollies are out. Smokes over the top. Flashbangs to follow. There's that flash for Consti. Here we go. Cure of Fate looking to do damage. It's going to be 1 for 2, though. Consti able to trade. Cure of Fate in for 1 as well, but still numbers in the favor of Central Michigan. Oh, my goodness. What a big win to get the bomb, but it's not enough.
Not enough at all. And they go Central Michigan taking themselves a 10th round. at the moment, locking down that B bomb site in a phenomenal way up against the 4 spy coming through from Purdue. This will allow Central Michigan to fight back into this one. Holding steady up against what is a pretty lethal gun round here. Utility being thrown out here early, chipping.
Look at what Tech has.
I can't believe it.
He's got a sawed off.
I just saw it. I looked at the left side of my screen and I was like, there's one thing that doesn't look like the other. And that is the sawed off. Getting some action, getting some playtime here. A rare appearance.
Been watching too much of Flom's stream is what he's been doing.
Blocks one down. I can't believe that. Now there is 2 spotted out. Oh, nade. It's going to stop any sort of funny business coming through. And it will hold steady.
It's an unfortunate $600 waste. As the smoke and the molly come out at the same time, and it's an extinguished molly immediately. But money wasting aside, Central Michigan in a fantastic position. As much as we were memeing about the sawed off, it is. There's a reason we don't see it very often. It's because you really got to close that distance to get any sort of success with it. And yeah, it just tickled MX3 right there. On the other hand, Cure of Fate, much better. At $700 piece of equipment, the Deagle is fantastic with the head. Cure of Fate's done just that, but he's only good for the one. MX3 putting a stop to what is a quad kill in that round, and around 11 on the board.
It's just moving closer and closer to this 16 market again. A lot of teams have struggled to figure out their T sides. I think Purdue's one of them as well. It looked a little bit rough, and like I said, you know, it did require kind of a 1v4 from Consti, I think, to really give them this map. Other than that, they were looking like they were losing it to the Huskies for sure. So
that was a 3-map series, if we recall.
yeah, I mean, that could have been over in 2 for sure. If that wasn't for that saving grace there. Need to figure out a way to clean this one up soon. Nice headshot right on the main, and able to avoid that op presence of flash as well. So spotting that up early. So I look to continue to move up brackets as well.
Strong's important for Purdue if they want to keep this game very close, right? They, if they lose it, I mean, Central Michigan has the real opportunity to start to run away with things. Having that opening pick, it's the first step in the right direction, and of course, it's lucked to create said opportunity. But for now, looks like a ceasefire has been called. Carnage will wait. Some setup though of these utility pushing good, so much damage. Ultimately though, it is going to be MX3 who finds the shot, push into the site, successful. No frags on that entry.
Bomb is planted now. Again, there's very low HP that needs going to find one. Thank you very much. Justin will fall. Knowing that he has to play proactive tech. Will grab a kill. Going for the repeat here. Does hold on steady though. Instead of going to grab an angle position and labored spray, both forcing onto the reload. Now the pistols are being brought out, and Glock will do the job. And the crossfire too much to handle. Ethan the Pope forced into the back lanes of Coffins. He will take down one. Low on HP. Tech will drop him though and save the day. 2 kills in with the Glock and 1 with the AK. It is Tech with the weaponry mastery. They're going to finish the job.
That's what he's doing. I just figured it out, Cole. He's going for the full completionist on the on his achievements for Counter-Strike.
Of course.
You know, you have to get a bunch of kills with all the different weapons, and he's just taking this opportunity to, you know, farm some of those up. Clearly.
Yeah.
Big brain,
Glock,
actually.
You can check that one off, although I imagine he probably got one of those in a pistol round of some sort.
Yeah, probably. 10-11, though. I talked about the importance of that round for Purdue, and it certainly was. Oh my God! How has Cure Fate? He's full blind. He can't see a thing. He's gone. I mean, what do you mean?
Sometimes holding down mouse 1 is exactly what you need to find an opening pick, and all you need.
They didn't even shoot back.
I don't know. That seemed like a brazen play as well. I mean, the MP9 diving through that smoke There wasn't really anyone playing anti-flash, so it seemed like it was the right move, but in the end, Boiler flank flash finds one and out like a ghost. That's a big play for him, alleviating some of that pain there and putting things back into fours. But still, this B-side execute into the rifle, though. This is a good sign. This is exactly what they're hoping for. July walking out. MX3 collects one, and the MAC-10 looking to trade. That's a dream if you're hoping for that. He plays so well around these angles, keeping that distance. And there's no trade available. He's now being burned to the molly and will be found from Consti. One more, not quite, but it's still the post plant that they can get into. Main. He expects it. There's a big gap in that smoke. Consti, another 1v3 now for him to win. And I mean, he did it in his last match, and Inferno needs to do it once again, and he has his right tool to do so.
Oh, and he spotted out that first one. Looking for the second. Oh, but he's out in the open. Still hits the shot. Consti, a constant deliverer for Purdue University, and a big 1v3 clutch to tie the game right back up. You talked about it. You've been talking about it since the beginning of this series, Cole. You said it took a huge 1v4 from Consti in the last time we watched them play Inferno for them to win it. This time, it ain't 1v4, but it's 1v3.
He does it again, man, and that is again one of these crucial rounds that you really want to hold on to if you are Purdue. Not only that, look at the economy. It's completely cracked on the side of Michigan, or Central Michigan, rather. I would have thought it was the Huskies, the way they were able to best them in that 1v3, but man, oh man, Lect. He's able to avoid the lightning. More around the corner. Just the USPs, he's able to deal through it despite getting deked down. Ethan the Poke, he's been crisp with the deagle, but now he needs to find him. Oh, what's that shot? Text you later. That is a beautiful work of art there, but still, Justin should be able to finish the job here.
Central Michigan gonna be singing some Imagine Dragons over there, lightning and thunder across the bow for Purdue. But hey, they made it. They've gotten through, and they have survived what was a pretty crazy eco round when you think about it. It could have been a lot worse than it was, especially if Lek goes down there early to the Zeus. I don't know how much closer he needed to get, but it had to have been a small margin for error.
Yeah, I feel like he was close enough. I think maybe he just missed the target.
Maybe.
Yeah, because that had to have been. If that isn't a kill of the Zeus, then I don't know what is. I've seen some funky Zeus attempts not work out though as well, so you never know. It is a $200 gun that can just be so deceiving. Here you go. Dry peek. Go completely caught off guard though. Justin finds the first. There's one close by, but CT is all they have to deal with. Now smoked out again with this missed smoke though. I do close the distance. It's like
that could have been very, very scary, but MX3 is gonna fall main the same. There's one player sitting ready and waiting, but Consti's got the frag. This should be confirmed at this point. 4v1. Ethan, once again, going to be sending up prayers to try and get this gun into the next round.
oh no. Prayers might be answered, but he does have full utility. It's just a rough position though. Central Michigan, they are falling a little bit flat here in the later parts, and to be fair, you are seeing a bit of a resurgence. Consti winning that clutch has to be a big momentum builder. And now we do have Ethan the Pope hanging around here. Maybe I thought it was the answer, but as they close in, I'm less and less sure. And that is the case. Lek to drop him, and there you go. And no one saving on. Max loss bonus, sure, for Central Michigan, but not enough to get rifles in here, surely. And now, this looks like 14 on the board. And Purdue moving closer to that series point that they're hoping to gather.
Yes, sir. And, of course, already up by one map, Purdue, they take the series, and they continue to be fully 3-0 in the season, excuse me. But here we go. Pistols are so deadly.
Are you joking?
1 and 2, MX3. I think he has more pistol kills than anything else in the game. I wouldn't put too much money on it, but I certainly would be willing to bet.
The pistol shots break my brain here. Op recovered. On this retake, they move quickly. No armor. And that A post plants are very tricky. You got to get that down for pit. That's not quite where you want to plant it. I don't think so. So that makes things a little bit scary. That nade is everything.
Wow.
Brings 2 down to 1 HP. So maybe that'll less and less entice him here still, though. Closing in on the site.
One more nade.
Ethan the Pope moving in. Boss bang to allow for a safe peek from Tech. It continues to buy time. Yeah, the nade does the damage there. One kill with exactly what they hoped for, and just came through the wall. There's just no HP to work off of. They just get mowed through, and that's the strife of the A-bomb site after you get those numbers punched in.
Well, that and not having armor, it definitely didn't help those HEs, you know, creating some soft targets for Purdue. Here it is. It all comes down to this round for Central Michigan. Win or go home right here.
That's for sure. Going for an ambitious setup. One towards B again. I think that Central Michigan put onto this. What is that? You can't do that. Not in a time like this. 26th round when your back's against the wall in Central Michigan. They lose a player through the wall. Lek didn't even need to see him. Now what a recovery that is from MX3. If he goes down, it's disaster scenarios here. And they wanted to move in upon that. They wanted to maybe find a trade, but instead, now they're in a 4v4 and stuck in a little bit of a stalemate, not committing. But they're still going to make their way in towards A here, it seems.
Well, ultimately, it's still a 4v2, so number advantage at the least. MX3, though, is a nice spot over the top. I love the creativity, but he's got help on the side. Ethan the Pope is there. It's a trade, one back the other direction. 2v2 now, Cole. Once again, CMU set up for a retake.
Got the bomb planted for Pitt here. And Consti's not going to make the same mistake his teammates once did. He's going to stick on around that site and utilize his teammate as a potential crossfire. No, he makes his move. Maybe he will be proactive, and he will find it. Drop an Aeon and leaving all the pressure of the world on a main's shoulders. He's pushed through the smoke and found out. As now it's series point here on the side of Purdue and Central Michigan's great effort they put up in the CT side resurgence. Might come collapsing here with this last round. Potentially last round.
Yeah, I mean, who else do you want in that at 2v2? Lect and Consti are the players that you would like if you're at Purdue, and they show exactly why that is right there. Big clutch, big moment, and main Mag 7. I mean, always scary.
Eagle. Jumping back 7 as well. I mean, you're hitting all the boxes of the... I'm a little bit worried about how that molly looks. It could spread in the smoke, and it did. Main goes down to 17 HP. Oh, and they start to drop. There's 2 kills in. They're collapsing it upon this A-bomb site. You can see one man stuck under ports. There's no escape for him. They do find 1 kill. MX3, he has to fight his way out of this situation. With 27 kills, he's going to be good for 1 at least. But again, that pit position has to be a worrying factor. Swinging the wide, and he gets caught on some timing. Elect will drop as well. And MX3 pulls things back into evens, but not for long, as you see Justin available for the trade. Again, MX3 he has to do a whole lot more here. AK's in his hand. He's able to light up 1.
Wow.
He lands a second, leaving it all on the 1v1. Hayon, he has a fast flank, but it's Consti, the clutch master. Left in the clutch again, but Hayon saves the day, and Consti finally does fall. Central Michigan, they stay alive for another round.
Oh my goodness. That's terrifying. MX3 on 30 kills, by the way, now. And Lect ain't too far behind either at 27, but that is a huge sort of situation where MX3 is just fighting tooth and nail. Flash has the up. Man, a little bit on the poorer side. Has to go FAMAS. MP9 for Ethan the Pope. So it's not perfect, but guns are guns, and at this point in Central Michigan, they really can't afford to be too picky.
Gotta work Richard. What you could bring out.
Okay.
Consti plucked out of the server with a wall bang through the smoke headshot. That's quite a kill feed right there.
That is.
And that's quite a way for Central Michigan to kick things off right, denying Consty's ability to do some damage there, and Justin, not long after, gonna drop to Flash's AWPU, steps up nicely. Back in towards an A movement here with 2 players missing on the Purdue side.
I see Purdue win 3v5s before, though. And it's not to say they're easy. Lect to make moves. Moves he is making. They're in angles back and forth. Balcony player pushed forward. And main, good timing on the molly. Here we go. Tech through the smoke. Buddy's going to be in the pit there for the moment. Shots are good for main. Tech good for 2, though, on top. And, oh my goodness, it was possible for just a second, but now it's Lect v3.
Man, you could utilize in a position like this. He's got some pretty decent HP here, but a lot to deal with. He's going to work around this, trying to isolate those duels. Doesn't need to. MX3 continues to put up numbers at the moment. 32 kills to his name. He has been put in the worst of situations and has come out on top, if not thriving consistently. So Central Michigan, they're going to stay alive, utilizing him, 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. So impactful.
If this comeback happens, it's going to absolutely be on MX3 in massive order. No doubt. But Eco for Purdue. They're playing for the final round of regulation is what they have decided. Couple or a Glock, I should say. Maybe 2 actually. Otherwise, you got some upgraded pistols in the MAC-10 for Justin. Here we go. Fast and quick into it. Hey on. Good on the backside though.
But MX3 still alive. Hey on. Needs to control the spray and does so just in time. MX3 another multi-kill up against half purchase. Slight investment. But now, here comes the final round that requires the distance, all 30. Constantine, no utility, only 1 flashbang dropped over to him here. And how are they going to try and figure out a way to close this one out right now? Because at the moment, you're seeing Central Michigan, who's hungry to take things into OT, take things into a 3rd map here. Flash, ready with the op around the corner. He's been good for multiples. Another X factor in the late stage of this game.
Slow, though, the control here towards Banana for Purdue. They've been getting exposed, in all honesty, by trying to get overly aggressive early in rounds. So instead, they're going to go for some more passivity. Flash going to boost up his teammate on the flower pot. Create a good crossfire on the backside if need be. There's the opening pick. It's Consti in towards Bracket and in towards Arch. Tex on the backside, and he's ready and waiting. He's got the frag. Only 1 more player on the site. In MX3, he needs to stand tall. He has done for 1, but he's fallen to Lect. Oh my goodness. 2v4 Central Michigan are asked to clutch again.
Worst case scenario, that A-bomb site retake is so difficult. And at the moment, it's not going to be like Purdue are playing this loose. It's going to be locked down, holding positions, maintaining crossfires here as Main looks to make his way up lane. No luck there. Cure Fate finds the flank and last alive Flash. Cure Fate to finish the job. And Purdue close things out 16-14 on the map pick of Central Michigan, making it into the 2-0 fashion. We expected this, but that's exactly what we wanted to see from Central Michigan, making things close, making Purdue sweat.
That they were, and yeah, Purdue wiped that sweat off their brow at the end there. 16-14, that's, oof. Could have been a lot worse. It really could have, especially if we saw like a 3rd map. I think Mirage Purdue probably still would have closed out, but Central Michigan, again, it felt like maybe they had a slow start. They maybe weren't as warmed up as they had hoped into Vertigo. Also, I think Purdue clearly showing that they are a force to be reckoned with on Vertigo. There's a reason that they tend to go there very often, but you got to give credit where credit's due. MX3, that guy had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, and so many tests for him where he consistently passed. That last round was far too much. As his two teammates go down, you lose any sort of extra presence that you were hoping to have defending that site. You lose your archman, you lose your pitman. That makes things a little too difficult. And where he was able to shine in those positions, eventually they just all come collapsing in upon him. And he put up a valiant effort, very consistent on those A-holds, and it showed in the numbers, man. He was a huge reason as to why that was close for sure. And so yeah, I have to agree with you. Massive props to him.
Yeah, I mean that was one of those games from MX3 where like you talk about an MVP, and normally you have to have some craziness if you're getting in that conversation, even on the losing team. He definitely is in that conversation, right, based on that performance. But talking more about Purdue though, just win conditions, right? Where did things go wrong for Central Michigan, and what did Purdue do? You got to talk Consti. I mean, once again, the man picks up the pace, finds the clutch in the biggest moments. But I gotta say, Tech had some of those moments too. I think back to that 2 or 3v4 on B where he got three total, double kill with the Glock and one with the AK. That was huge. And not to go for the reload, it's hard when you're in that position to commit to playing with a Glock.
Yeah, that was a wild round right there. We joked around about him being the weapons master, but winning that clutch, shutting that one down, and denying the retake was everything. Again, though, there was that turning point in the match. I feel like that Consti 1v3, it was such a similar showcase to what we saw when they were playing the Huskies, where it was all downhill for Central Michigan. From there, they figured out exactly what they wanted to do on those T sides. It cracked that economy, and it started to build up some really big momentum for Purdue that shut down any hope for Central Michigan to close that out. And even despite MX3 with an absolutely absurd, phenomenal performance in the comeback, it just wasn't quite enough.
No, it wasn't. And, I will say there was some, mistakes, generally speaking, for this CMU squad, but I think they played an overall really strong game. I don't know if they could have done a whole lot more on Inferno in particular, but you gotta get a strong start. Going down so badly on Vertigo, it just isn't a winning strategy long term. But CMU already 2-0, now 2-1. They're still very much in the conversation for playoffs, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean that kind of convinced me more so. I think there's some map pool work that they have to do before I can fully believe you would have to take down some tough teams on Vertigo in the Midwest region. I believe the Huskies are going to be one of those teams. On top of that, you have to take down MSU on that map as well. So there's some worrying signs here for Central Michigan University overall in terms of the playoff contention. If they really wanted to do that, they would have to nail down some of that map pool issues, because Vertigo, it looked very, very uncomfortable on their CT sides, and it showed in the numbers. It was 13-2 half, I believe, in favor of Purdue, and that does grant a lot of strength for Purdue. But on top of that, again, you really got to nail down that map pool. You can't afford an Ancient and a Vertigo ban as your discomfortable maps. Uncomfortable.
No, you can't. That's just classic Counter-Strike, isn't it? It's you can afford one permaban, you can't have two. That's just reality. And beyond that, though, I think Central Michigan, like you said, putting on a good show, showing us what they have potential. By the way, we are getting Tech ready for an interview. Hopefully, we'll have that ready in just a few moments. I'm excited to talk to him about some of the different gun choices that we were seeing coming through. But also individual play wise, Lect had a just lights out game for Purdue. It was it wasn't quite the same kill total that MX3 was picking up for Central Michigan, but it was pretty darn close. And it wasn't like clutch moments that Lect was able to find, but it was like the 2 or 3vx situations. He was always kind of the it factor.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just kind of a consistency you can trust with Lect, that he's always going to drop some decent numbers. I feel like maybe even more so than Consti in this team, where he's able to just, always find good multi-kills as the rifler as well. He is very effective at doubling down, and again, with his level of experience over in Advance and the time that he puts in, it's always going to show up into the server, I think, for this Purdue team, whereas there is a little bit of missed op shots for Consi every once in a while. He does kind of have a secondary op position over in his main roles, maybe. So I've never seen him really consistently hit some of those tripwires, and we've even seen him get one deep a couple of times. Granted, there was some phenomenal.
I mean,
shots
I
from
can't blame Consi for that thing.
Yeah,
I mean, that was
those more
ridiculous.
so were some wild shots. You could tell they were doing their pre-fire work before this match, but
Yeah, no, I mean that one I think was from MX3, or it might have been from Maine. One
I
of
think it was
those
Maine,
two.
yeah. The one down banana was from Maine, and I think Consi will never forget the day
Yeah,
that he got just deleted.
there
that
had
part.
to have
That
been
was-
like some death slamming after that. I'm assuming. We might be able to ask Tech about that. I'm not sure, but
just wild.
yeah, I don't know if Purdue are actually in a facility together, or if they're separated. So depending on that, we might be able to find out. But yeah, no, it was brutal. But I will say I've been very impressed with Central Michigan just in general. The level of individual performance, I think, was far above what they have shown in general in their in the past. So to be able to come show up against 4 out of 5 of the players for Purdue that are like at least on paper way better than them, like that's kind of crazy. You don't see that very often.
I have to agree. I have to agree with you. I think that Central Michigan, they can make a playoff standing for sure if they're able to nail down maybe a more comfortable vertigo, even work on their ancient. Maybe they potentially pull that out of the hat if they're able to get some work in the time coming before they really have to take on some of the rougher teams, some of the more lethal teams like the Huskies or the MSU side of things.
Oh,
then
yeah.
sure, they could definitely nail down playoffs because they have shown that capability. But until then, I'm not certain. So great stuff from Purdue overall today. I will say they nailed down both maps and had some great players stepping up to the plate.
That they did. Unfortunately, Cole, I have some good news and I have some bad news. I'll hit you with the bad news first. Fortunately, we aren't going to get Tech for an interview, which does make me sad. But I do have good news, and that is that, Counter-Strike isn't the only game we do here at the NACE Starleague. We got games going on literally all week long. Overwatch and Rocket League are a tag team duo on Monday, and that is definitely something I tune in for week on, week out. League of Legends picking up for Tuesday, and Call of Duty for Wednesday. If you're a fan of FPS, you might want to check that out as well. And of course, you got myself alongside Cole here for Counter-Strike on Fridays. Definitely the best day. No bias here. Nothing whatsoever. So got to take the good with the bad. That said, it is time for us to say goodbye. On behalf of Cole, myself, and everyone here at the NACE Starleague, y'all have a great night. We'll see you here next week with more action.